Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and court trials and following true crime your thing, please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you see what you like in my content, please consider giving the content a thumbs up.
Suspect in Nicole's murder, but her sister.
Good morning.
Nicole's death is connected with her.
Trying to find my Roku remote. Just give me 1 second.
Nicole's former employer, Best Buy, is offering a $10,000 reward that will lead to Ariana's safe return.
Good morning. It is Friday, November 7th, and we are back at it today. The Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. And we are going to play what they did yesterday. So, because I can't remember what day it was. And it's not telling me on Long Crime. They didn't write it down. It just says 2 of 4. So, I think this is the right one. I don't know. Because we did the first 2 that were both day ones, part 1 and 2, and then this one, and then here's the upcoming one. So I'm pretty sure that this is it. I hope everyone had a good evening. Also, before I forget, please like, share, and comment, and let me know how I'm doing. Seems like every day is getting easier, but it's harder to find things to say. Sometimes I forget to say this or I forget to say that, and it gets confusing for me. So we went over yesterday about Miss Devyn and what this is all about and why she's on trial and stuff like that. So I hope you got to watch it. And I got a new outro, so I hope you all stick around to watch it. I worked on that until almost midnight. I'm not one to stay up very late. I'm usually sleeping by 7. So let's get this going, huh? So
Yes.
168, that trash can opened,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Insert anything of evidentiary value found within those trash cans.
No.
16.
So we're still on the crime analysis lady. I just don't remember her name. So I'll have to go and get my paper.
68A. This is that one. We good at this. I believe by stipulation we move to admit 168A. Correct.
168?
168A.
168A. Okay, 168A will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
And ma'am, I mentioned yesterday we appeared to be missing a photo. Does this appear to be a photo showing the backyard and showing that gate where the fence would be out front?
Where the wooden fence would be out front, yes.
Okay, so does this now tell us both sides of the entry to the side of the house are obstructed?
Yes.
Did you and your team also go out and execute warrants on the vehicles out front?
Yes.
169, ma'am, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the victim's truck and trailer.
Yeah, he owned a moving company, and it was called the Vegas Moving Guys. So it's not like he didn't have a job. But I heard in a program that I was watching that he owed his mom a whole bunch of money or something. Yeah. Owed his mom like a whole bunch of money and car payments. They didn't specify what the money was for. So.
Those park out front of the house.
Can you describe just for the record how it is parked?
It's parked, I'm sorry, I don't know directionality, but it's just parked along the street right in front of the house.
Parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
Correct.
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
Yes.
170. Did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty,
Yes.
other than a blanket or something?
Yes.
171, just another angle of that.
Correct.
172, documenting the license plate, if you could read that into the record.
399ZUK.
173, is this the bed of the truck?
Yes.
Obviously searched at some point?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the trailer or the bed of the truck?
No.
The inside of the truck, was it also searched?
Yes, it was.
174, is that a side angle of the truck?
Yes.
A couple of American flags sticking out the back?
Yes.
And then there's a bunch of photographs of different angles of the exterior of the truck, is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to show them all to you, but you would agree with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more, 180. Just a better angle showing the empty moving trailer, or moving trailer except for that blanket and a piece of wood or something.
Yes.
181, what are we looking at here?
That's the interior of the truck.
Front seat.
Yes.
182, back seat.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the truck?
No.
In addition to the truck, was there a little blue sedan parked out front?
Yes. A little Nissan Sentra.
And was that searched as well?
It was.
185, is that the Nissan?
Yes.
186, rear of the Nissan.
Yes.
Looks like a temporary tag,
Yes.
2010 date on it.
Yes.
Can you read the plate into the record?
Sure. 1E67224.
And that vehicle was searched as well?
It was.
188. Front seat.
Yes.
189. Back seat.
Yes.
190. Trunk.
Yes.
Appears that there's a bunch of random materials as though maybe someone was packed.
Yes, it was full.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the Nissan?
No.
And I'm assuming that when you're referring to evidentiary value, that would include anything related to blood.
Correct.
So let's go back inside the residence just briefly. I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
193, we showed this yesterday, that this particular dog door, did you say was it impounded under our event number?
Yes, the cover was, yes.
And you mentioned some latent print processing. 194, what are we looking at here?
So that's the door that's leading from the laundry room to the garage, and that was also processed for written fingerprints.
And 195, a closer view of that same area?
Yes.
You mentioned yesterday sometimes you'll process and use photography, other times you'll process and actually pull tape.
Correct.
Here it looks like you may have pulled tape.
We did.
And I want to ask you some general questions about fingerprints.
Sure.
Fingerprints are an artifact left behind when someone touches something, correct?
Correct.
And there's latent ridge detail that could be matched potentially to a known fingerprint, correct? Fingerprints don't tell you anything about timing.
No.
Right, that could have been left there a day ago, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to establish a timeline for fingerprints.
Okay, and if someone is a known occupant of a home, you would expect their fingerprints to be in their home?
Absolutely.
If someone had lived in that home previously, you would expect fingerprints to be in the home?
Absolutely.
If someone had been inside the home, one or two times, they may have left prints as well.
Absolutely.
You just never know, but
Yes.
you do it nonetheless.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to the body a bit. And I'm going to put these cameras up on, these photos up on the screen for the cameras. 208. Is that John once the cover was removed from his body?
Yes.
There was a suggestion yesterday that maybe the decapitation occurred at a different location, and his body was moved to this location. Is there anything about this body that suggests otherwise?
We did not feel that the decapitation occurred anywhere else. Based on his morbidity, when we removed those bedding and all those sheets, his morbidity was consistent with that position. There was no mixed morbidity or anything to suggest that he'd been in a different position.
Okay, the jury's hearing the term lividity for the first time.
Sure.
What do you mean by that?
So lividity occurs when your heart stops beating, the blood in your body will pull into the natural cavities of your body. So the lividity becomes fixed at a certain point, but you'll see dark discoloration that's consistent with the position of the body.
And so if a body lays, say, in this position on the belly for an extended period of time,
Right.
the blood essentially settles with gravity.
Correct.
And that at some point becomes fixed in the body.
Correct.
Now, if a person is killed, and they sit there for a minute, an hour, and then are flipped onto their belly. They're on their back when they're killed or whatever.
Right.
Are there times in which the lividity will change a bit?
You'll see a variance in the lividity.
Okay. And in this particular case, anything suggesting that he was moved from this small position on the bed other than maybe flipped over?
No.
In addition to that, we talked about how you believed it was a post-mortem decapitation.
That's correct.
As a result of that, you're not going to have spurting vessels or veins or arteries, correct?
Correct.
However, there is blood leaking from the
Right.
decapitation.
Right.
Did you see anywhere outside of this small area in the scene any evidence to suggest this body was dragged in, brought in, carried in, or anything like that?
No, nothing of the sort.
Showing you 212. Now that the cover is removed, can we see more of those what appeared to be chemical burns?
Yes.
Not feeling the need to publish this photo, but I'm going to just show you the old school way. 214 ultimately is the body removed from the scene, placed into a bag, and the custody taken over by the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I just remind you, you will have all of the photos that were admitted into evidence when you go back for your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the scene documented after John's body was moved?
Yes.
Showing you 220. Describe now what we're looking at.
So after the victim's body was removed from the scene, we proceeded to basically open up all the blankets and bedding that he'd been wrapped in to see if we could find anything of evidence, anything important in that bedding.
And so we can reorient, if the jury can't recall, is this the foot of the bed down in the lower left portion of the
It
photo?
is. That pillow is the pillow that we discussed yesterday that was underneath the upper portion of his torso.
Okay. Well, not another personal question. Have you ever received a massage?
Yes.
It's weird, but I have to ask it. So are there times in which a pillow is placed under a person's body when they're getting a massage?
Sure.
Okay. Down here, bottom left portion of the bed, when you first come upon the scene, that is bare, correct?
Right.
Just mattress,
Just
and then
mattress.
we saw the red staining in this area.
Correct.
When you fold the sheet back, is this red staining consistent with the location of that other red staining we saw on the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothetically, if someone were to want to roll this body over to do something to it, could the initial impact have occurred here and then the whole sheet been rolled over and with the bottom in it?
It's possible, yes.
.221, another angle just showing kind of now we're peeling the layers a bit or getting different angles of the layers.
Yes.
.222, is this the remnants of the pillow and the blanket that were underneath where John's head should have been?
Yes.
I'm sorry, counsel, which exhibit is that? Number?
222.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 223, what is this?
That's a towel that was found towards the head of the bed.
Okay. And now it's just been laid out for documentation?
Correct, yes.
So the pillow for the head when you give somebody a massage is there. So when she was massaging him, his head was still attached. Hi, Cindy. Sorry, I always forget to bring up the comments. Hi, Cindy. How are you? I started a new trial. This one's interesting. This is wild. This trial's wild. Yeah, I don't know about this one, man. It could be the boyfriend. It could be the husband. The husband could have unalived his dad, or the girlfriend could have unalived him. We just don't know. Okay. But the son does, oh my God. The son does testify today. I can't believe I just did that. No, I don't remember where it was.
Not an opinion. I was
good,
asking. We located a ring in a trash can, and I said no.
Okay. You didn't inventory what you found and what you didn't find, correct?
In the trash cans?
Yes.
We photoed. All of these contain overalls. Are you?
Fairly large body.
Sure.
That brings another point. Yesterday, the anthropologist's report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the attack. There's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is that good, or do you want me to keep this on?
We'll just start with the last part of your testimony and address some of the testimony that you gave yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked a series of questions concerning lividity and when lividity sets in, correct?
Is that better?
You'd agree with me that you don't have an opinion as to the time of death.
I would agree with you, yes.
So when you talk about lividity, you're kind of just guessing because obviously
Or should I turn the
lividity
boost
sets
back
in
on
after someone
and
dies, correct?
turn the volume down?
And if you don't know when a person dies, you just kind of have to guess when the lividity. Obviously, it begins after the person dies, but we don't know when, correct?
There are several factors affecting lividity, yes.
And what time was it, these photographs that you've testified concerning? When were these photos taken?
We entered the scene, I would say somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock.
So we're talking about a 5-year period, and you're giving us opinions concerning lividity. And that's just the 5 hours that you were there, correct?
Correct.
You gave an opinion concerning,
Okay.
it appears the body
Morning,
had not
Kathy.
been moved, presumably from the time of death that you don't know, correct?
Well, I don't know the time of death, no.
No, and that's my point. Yet you're giving
No,
an
I'm gonna
opinion
turn the
concerning
boost back
the
on.
lividity,
I'm having a
correct?
hard time
All I
hearing
can
that.
base my opinion on is what I observed during the time that I was there.
Correct. That's somewhere during that 5-hour period, correct?
Based on my knowledge of lividity and based on what I observed while I was there, that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
Let's talk about lividity. When does lividity begin to occur?
I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm not comfortable answering exactly when it sets in.
Thank you, and you're making my point. So it's pretty tough to say that this body stayed in that same place based upon the lividity and based upon my observation of it, correct?
What I'm saying is that based on my observations of the lividity, there didn't appear to be any variance other than the position that he was currently in.
Fair to say the body dies and it moves 2 or 3 times in a 1 hour period, you can't give an opinion concerning the lividity and when it set in and if the body was moved or not, correct?
I'm not a medical examiner, and like I said, there are several factors that affect lividity, including the body itself, temperature, things like that. So, again, I'm not comfortable answering those questions.
So fair to say, let's just not get a point where, well, the body wasn't moved because of lividity. That's a fairly unfair assumption, an unfair testimony, unfair conclusion to reach, correct?
No, I would not say it's unfair.
I see. We don't know when the body died, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what time lividity may have set in, correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, you're just going to testify and say the body wasn't moved.
Lividity evolves.
Correct.
Lividity evolves, and at a certain point, it becomes fixed. And again, there's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. During the 5-hour period, correct?
So I'm pretty sure he was found, I can't say head down because, chest down. He was found chest down. I'm pretty sure he was found chest down. I think the reason for that, if you want me to be honest, would you want that person looking at you when you are sawing off their neck? I don't know how else to put it. So I suppose I would probably turn the person over too. I know that sounded horrible. I'm sorry.
We were there longer than 5 hours.
Yesterday, you had given testimony that based upon what you saw.
I don't believe he was alive when it happened, but just the eyes looking at you, I wouldn't want that. So I would probably turn him over too.
And the evidence you collected, you had an opinion that it was there on the bed. This gentleman died, correct?
Correct.
You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Fair to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives who were also there. We did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like in a scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
That's something that we can't really test. But based on our observations and evidence at the scene, we potentially come up with theories on how bloodstain patterns could have occurred.
No, I believe he was getting a massage. There was a man, my comment was rejected by YouTube. I put that most illers will put a towel or something to that effect over the victim's face, so they're not looking at them. But there was a pillow there that he would have had his head on for the bed for his head, to keep his head lifted up a little bit so she can massage his neck, I think. Yeah. So he was on his back.
That's very common.
Okay. But getting into, we don't know the time of death.
No.
Based upon your testimony,
No,
do we?
We don't.
You had testified, again, about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that was in large part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
He was found on his stomach. But I'm saying that when whoever beheaded him turned him over, So his eyes weren't staring up at him while he was sawing at his neck. Do you see what I mean? Most illers will put like a towel or something over the victim's face, so they're not looking up at them. You know, obviously they're not looking at them, but just having their eyes open and seeing their eyes kind of freaks you out a little bit, even the person that just did it.
I mean, that there was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed that the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No. As far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make any determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
But nonetheless, you gave an opinion that the head was severed there, correct?
Yes, that's what I believe, yes.
Are you aware of how the head was severed?
No, I'm not.
What instrumentalities may or may not have been used in severing the head?
Remember that in the autopsy report stated there were two tools. One was a power tool, and then one was something else, I can't remember. But nothing was a butcher knife, because remember his mom called the police and said that her butcher knife was missing. Well, a butcher knife wasn't even what took his head off. Yeah, this is a hard one to talk about.
I have read the anthropologist report at this point, but at the time, no.
Okay.
I didn't make any assumptions at the time, no.
But you were reaching these hypotheses prior to reviewing the anthropologist's report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the decapitation.
Well, you're talking about the death occurred here, but you're not really clear on how the death occurred, correct? Or at least how the decapitation occurred, fair to
Not
say?
how the decapitation occurred, no.
You're aware, and since you've addressed it, hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You gave testimony concerning cast-off, blood, things like that, correct?
Correct.
And it was your testimony that you didn't see any evidence of cast-off, correct?
I did not.
You didn't see any evidence of...
Mechanically powered knife and a mechanically powered tool. Now remember, the son used these same tools to do his job, cutting the boards and stuff for the cameras and stuff like that.
Cast off on the walls, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any evidence of cast off on the headboard.
Correct.
You didn't see evidence of cast off on... You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Fair to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives who were also there, who did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
We don't, that's something that we can't really test, but based on our observations and evidence at the scene, yeah, we potentially come up with theories on how bloodstain patterns could have occurred. That's very common.
Okay. But then again, too, we don't know the time of death,
No.
based on your testimony,
No,
do we?
we don't.
You had testified, again, about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that that was in large part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
I mean, there was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed that the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No. As far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
That's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make any determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
But nonetheless, you gave an opinion that the head was severed there, correct?
Yes, that's what I believe, yes.
Are you aware of how the head was severed?
No, I'm not.
What instrumentalities may or may not have been used in severing the head?
I have read the anthropologist report at this point, but at the time, no. I
Okay,
didn't make any assumptions at the time, no.
but you were reaching these hypotheses prior to reviewing the anthropologist report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the decapitation.
Well, you're talking about the death occurred here, but you're not really clear on how the death occurred, correct? Or at least how the decapitation occurred, fair to
Not
say?
how the decapitation occurred, no.
You're aware, and since you've addressed it, hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You gave testimony concerning cast-off, blood, things like that, correct?
Correct.
And it was your testimony that you didn't see any evidence of cast-off, correct?
I did not.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the walls, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the headboard.
Correct.
You didn't see evidence of cast-off on the mattress, did you?
No.
You gave some opinions concerning blood spurting when a person's alive, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that a mechanically powered saw would, the kinetic energy would cause cast-off?
Well, it's difficult to say, and my only experience with hand-powered tools post-mortem involved being present for multiple autopsies at the coroner's office, where they use power tools to cut open an individual's head or do Y incisions, and no, I don't see any blood spatter associated when they do that.
Morgue bodies have been refrigerated, correct?
For a period of time, I guess,
Yes, oftentimes.
depending on when the bodies come into the coroner's office.
Correct. They're generally cold, aren't they? They've been sitting there for a while. They're put on
Again,
ice.
I don't work down there, so I can't.
Well, ma'am, you just gave an opinion
Answer
about
that
cast-off. Just gave an opinion, ma'am, about cast-off, electric tools. That's a different set of circumstances than those circumstances that you saw in the photographs that you've been shown, correct?
Well, you asked that if a high-powered tool was used, if I would expect to see cast-off. And I'm not going to say no, but what I'm going to say is based on my experience with powered tools cutting into bodies, I have not seen cast-off or spatter.
And we were addressing your narrow experience in the coroner's office, correct?
I mean, explain narrow.
We're not talking about crime
I
scenes,
don't
are
work
we?
down there, but I've been present for countless autopsies.
You've never seen a dismemberment of a body, head, arm at a crime scene, have you?
I've seen limbs come off before, but I've never been present for that.
Point time making, cast stuff, things like that.
Correct.
Fair to say?
I've never been present for a dismembering at scene.
You had given opinions, and are these all the exhibits right here?
Bob, the ones I used were red.
Today, these were yesterday's? Okay. All of them. Let's take a look at states. Exhibit 87. Body on the bed.
Correct.
You recall your testimony concerning blood here, blood over here?
Yes.
Appears to be two different spots, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you observed the blood, but you agree with me that you can't quantify the amount of blood there.
No,
Are you aware of how much blood is contained within the human body?
not exactly, and it depends on the body.
Larger, more blood, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You aware of the body that you took photos of, the measurements?
Like how big he was?
Yeah.
We don't do that specifically. The coroner's office would take a weight and height.
Didn't look at a driver's license?
There was no driver's license at the scene.
I told you that person was 6'4". Any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Fairly large body.
Sure.
That brings another point. Yesterday you had testified that you could have moved the body over, correct?
I could have rolled a body.
Have you done that before?
Rolled a body in a bed?
A dead body?
Not a dead body, but actually, I have rolled bodies, like assisted with the coroner's office when they needed help, so yes.
More than one person because they needed help, correct? It's hard to move a dead body, isn't it?
It's difficult, but it's not impossible for me.
I see. Bigger the body, the harder it is, correct?
Correct.
And this was a big body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, I would say it's average male size,
6'4" is an average male size?
in my opinion.
Okay. You don't know the weight, do you?
No, I don't.
You are familiar with the term dead weight. Oftentimes people refer to that in a social sense, but I mean the scientific sense, dead weight.
Sure.
Body doesn't maintain its center of gravity. It gets real hard to move,
Sure,
correct?
absolutely.
It's like trying to move a big wet bag of cement. It's hard.
Sure.
It looks, at least, on this photo at least, that we had two spots perhaps where the body was.
Sure. That, or it could have been something that had blood on it that was placed there.
Okay. We don't know. That's a guess,
We don't.
correct?
Yeah,
So
we
let's
don't.
not guess. Let's not guess, okay? The covers, and there's other covers, but just for the sake of testimony, did you recover those?
No,
You didn't impound those?
we did not recover any of the bedding, no.
You didn't photograph it?
We photographed the bedding.
The sheet, I'm sorry, the blue bedding?
We photographed, everything was laid out and photographed.
In the interest of time.
The color sheet, yeah, it's in that.
Is it in this?
Yeah.
This is slanted. I brought these in. Thanks, Mike. So there was no analysis performed upon the bed cover?
No. Analysis of what kind?
Cuts?
We did visual observations, but we did not observe any cuts on the bedding or the bed.
Did you take any close-up photographs of the members of the, future members of the jury, law enforcement, defense attorneys? No?
We did overall photos, and if there had been any defects observed, we would have documented those.
No close-ups?
Close-ups of what?
The bedding, where the body's found.
We laid out the bedding, but like A close-up would be something of a specific area or a defect or something like that, so.
I mean, you're giving testimony about a head that you don't know how was cut off, and that somehow that happened there, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't keep the bedding, correct?
We didn't feel like that you had any evidentiary value to it.
I'm going to approach the witness. Yeah, obviously, you've gone through these crime scene photos. If you could please show us the photograph that you took.
The photograph of what?
Of the bedding that we're discussing. The blue bedding, specifically.
These in a certain order.
You can just pull them out. Thank you.
All of these contain overalls. Are you specifically referring to the blue comforter?
Yes.
Okay.
Your first original.
Sure. So all of those in that pile, they just have overalls of that blue comforter. Sorry, it's a little bit of a mess.
State's Exhibit 220. It's one of the photographs that you just pulled out, correct?
Yes, correct.
Photograph 221, correct?
Correct.
Photograph 222,
Correct.
photograph 223,
Correct.
photograph 224.
Correct.
No close-ups, correct?
Again, like close-ups of,
The fibers, I mean, to say cuts. I mean, obviously, we now learned that a power saw was
Correct.
used, correct?
correct.
No close-ups of.
Sorry, I was moving my computer out to the kitchen so I could sit and feel the sun. Oh, I opened up the window and now my whole screen is full of sun. Cindy, yes, he don't look like he sounds. He's not a bad looking guy. He's just a jerk. Yeah, he definitely, but you know what? Maybe that's how he's going to get things done. So we have to remember the son emphasized how much he hated his father. Remember, they had no relationship. So I don't know if you know the backstory to this, Cindy, but Devyn was married to Jonathon's son. But Devyn dated Jonathon first and had 2 children with him. Then married his son. The girls, the 2 little girls were having a difficult time. We're having a difficult time dealing with the separation and not being a family. So Devyn went home and told Devyn, Jonathon's son, you got to move out because your dad is moving in. I guess I'd probably be really upset about that. So that was the rundown. She went home, told him, the girl that's on trial went home, told the son that he had to move out because his dad was going to move back in because they were going to try to work together as a family with the two little girls and Jonathon. But instead, Jonathon met his demise. During the son's testimony, the lawyer questioned him about why he left between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, the night the dad met his demise. I'm trying to think of key points. I don't know, they'll come up. But when I remember, I'll let you know. No, the dad first. They had 2 girls together. Then she married his son. For medical reasons. I guess she was really sick, needed the insurance and stuff like that. So, yeah. Oh, there's a lot more to it. I just can't think off the top of my head. But at this point, Devyn or Devyn could have done it. And if you ask me, Devyn had more to lose. He was losing his home, his wife, to the father he hated. He made it very clear he does not like his dad. He hates his dad. Okay, here we go.
And again, we visually observed every item on that bed.
With a magnifying glass?
The bedding, the towels, everything, the pillows, everything that was on that bed. And we didn't just observe cuts or defects on any of those items.
So you got a head that's cut off with a saw, and it didn't leave any marks. Power saw. Fair to say?
We did not observe any defects.
It's your opinion that's where the head was cut off.
Correct.
226. Same thing, correct? No defects.
Correct.
In fact, in these photos, we don't see any kind of cast off, even minor cast off, correct?
No.
So Cindy, she said many aliases: Katrina Farrell, Devyn Michaels, Tracy Nicole Tavery, and Nikki Fairchild. I don't know if Nevada, you can just have all these names and get away with it, but she had a court date. She was at court a year before this because her 8-year-old child said that her mom, that the mom beat her. So she went to court and she went under the name Nikki Fairchild. So many names. And the son, he installed all the camera equipment in Grandma and Grandma's boyfriend's house. Jonathon lived with his mom. Devyn lived with Devyn and the 2 little girls in a different house. Devyn was the breadwinner. Jade has a lot of medical issues. She was unable to work. I'm not sure at the time of the crime she was working or not. Okay, here we go.
Not on the bedding, and that's where the bed was found, or that's where the body was found, correct? That pillow underneath. You've given some testimony about getting massages, correct?
About getting massages? Sure.
Yeah, getting, correct?
Yes.
Head usually goes on the pillow, correct?
I guess.
Fair to say, I mean, in your experience, since you gave an opinion concerning that, when you're getting a massage, your head's on the pillow, correct?
Well, I mean, most massages, there's really not a...
But during that case, and then she only got a year probation for the child abuse. But during that case, they were very aware of her other aliases. Just weird.
pillow. You put your head in a headrest.
Well,
on a
you
massage
talked,
table.
and that's the point I'm making. You gave an opinion about a pillow and a massage just a few minutes ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would testify that there is a bathroom downstairs.
Yes.
Closest bathroom to the body, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of the inside of that bathroom?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the inside of the shower?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the one I added.
The 168A?
It's somewhere. Okay. It's on the list. They've been admitted. How many photographs of that bathroom downstairs were taken?
I don't recall an exact number.
You arrive on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
You've given testimony concerning things that you documented that you felt were of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you go in, you're taking photographs, but you're not perhaps aware of all the facts and circumstances that may give rise to the murder charge or the death, correct?
Correct.
So you kind of go in there, you do the best you can, but you may not have all of the evidence or all the necessary facts to make appropriate decisions as to what is of evidentiary value.
We do the best we can with the knowledge that we have at the time, yes.
Yesterday you gave an opinion concerning a ring, correct?
Not an opinion, I was asked if we located a ring in a trash can, and I said no.
Okay. You didn't inventory what you found and what you didn't find, correct?
In the trash cans?
Yes.
We photoed like the interior of those trash cans, but we didn't write down everything that was located in those trash cans.
And that's been provided? We have all the photographs of all these trash cans and their contents?
I have the photos that I reviewed that I was presented with when I got here.
You were asked several questions on direct. Did you photograph everything of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that when you were there and your team and you're taking photographs, a ring was of no evidentiary value, correct?
If we had found a ring in a trash can, we would have specifically photoed that. That's atypical.
In what sense?
Well, most trash can items would be trash. Like you can see in one of the photos, there's empty water bottles, your typical trash items. I think a piece of jewelry in a trash can would be atypical. We would have documented that.
But that's assuming that it's a piece of jewelry. It's made out of a fine metal, correct?
Again, yeah, I think anything in a jewelry box or ring, something like that, I'm sure we would have documented.
How about a rubber ring? Don't have an opinion, correct?
We didn't locate a rubber ring.
Would you have photographed it?
I'm sure we would have photoed the contents just like we did on the other trash cans that there are photographs of. We photographed the contents inside the trash can.
Exhibit number 68, you trash can. It's your testimony that you photographed the contents of exhibit 68.
Can you refresh my memory on what exhibit?
Oh, I am so sorry, you all. I forgot I had it off mute and I was cleaning the screen on my computer. I can't see nothing. It was really dirty. But anyway, so what are we thinking? Because I have to stop for commentary. I've been really trying to work on stopping and talking more. So what do we think? Cindy, Kathy, whoever else is in here? Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe. And hit the share button. Let people know that I'm live and doing this trial. Nevada versus Devyn Jade Michaels. I don't know. I guess I just have to see the rest of the evidence. The sun I don't know. The sun's just rubbing me wrong. The sun is. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
There's the trash can that you gave testimony. Actually, it wasn't. It was admitted. How many trash cans were in the residence?
There were 2 in the kitchen that we observed.
Okay. Anywhere else? Downstairs?
I'm sure there were, but I didn't make a note of how many trash cans were in the house.
So we have to rely upon the photographs, correct?
Correct.
The blood that was, the drop, there was cone number 1. Do you recall the testimony concerning that?
Well, there was marker A and there was marker B.
The first one, that blood drop.
On the driveway or
Correct,
the foot of
on
the
the driveway.
Okay.
Was that collected for further analysis?
Yes, we collected a sample of that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you read the rest there?
First, I'd move the admission of 168A. Looks like no one able to find it, but your exceptional clerk tells me that it is the shower photo.
168 has been admitted.
Oh, okay.
So it's been admitted.
Just can't find it. All right. All right. Start from the beginning, ma'am. I won't be too long, but I got to go back to a couple. So you're a professional crime scene.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to tell you, Cindy, about this. So in July, Devyn had a plea deal of 15 to life on a second degree. She went to court. She was in the courtroom. They were doing their things, and the judge asked if she had anything to say. And oh my God, she had a total mental breakdown and said that they lied. They're hiding things. They know what happened, blah, blah, blah. And that guy right there, the bald head guy, said, Judge, I want to withdraw the plea deal. We'll take it to court. So now she's on a first degree looking at life. So there was that. If you want to see that, I can show it if you want to watch it.
Correct.
I'm not, right?
Correct.
He's not, right?
Correct.
You made some deductions based upon what you observed at the scene.
Correct.
Correct. You're not making deductions based upon speculation of other pieces of evidence that may have been found at other scenes or anything like that.
No.
You're just observing what you're observing coupled with your experience, and you're making some deductions.
Correct.
One of the things that was brought up was time of death. You would agree with me that it's very difficult to determine a time of death unless someone is killed on camera or something.
I would say so, yes, and that's outside of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's not your world.
Correct.
If there's a medical examiner that may testify later, she might be able to speak better to the timing of death.
Absolutely.
Understanding you can't really gauge time of death, there are ways to narrow down time of death in the real world, right?
Right.
Like if someone's alive and smiling on a video, you know they're not dead at that point.
Absolutely.
If a mom sees somebody downstairs or hears somebody or whatever, they're not dead at that point, presumably.
Right.
Okay, so there are ways to narrow it that may not deal with your world of just looking at the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. There was a line of questioning about how the murder occurred, cast off, and this mechanically powered saw and all this stuff. So I want to clarify something. I would hope you've never been present for a live person being dismembered.
No, I have not.
You have been present during autopsies.
Yes.
And autopsies are clearly post-mortem.
Correct.
And you deduced from this scene that this was a post-mortem decapitation.
Yes.
Okay. And so in the autopsy setting, if the coroner, I don't want to get too graphic, but I mean, they use some heavy-duty tools sometimes.
Yes.
And when they're using mechanical or mechanized saws, you're not seeing blood spray,
No.
spatter, or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So that's the decapitation portion.
Right.
Talking about the actual fatal blow or blows.
Okay.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested a gun was used?
No.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested an item was used multiple times?
No.
What would you expect to see in a scene if a head blow is done multiple times?
That's where you would see various types of bloodstain pattern.
Okay, and that would be cast off or spatter or
You
whatever.
would see multiple impact patterns, impact bloodstain patterns.
Would you expect to see cast off if there is a single blow?
No.
There was a discussion about John's size, and I don't want to get too morbid, but you can't estimate his height when he's missing his head.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And so you're just deducing based on what you saw of this headless body that a person of your size could flip that person over a couple feet or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of discussion about defects in the bedding. I want to clarify here. So when you have a large item like a comforter, you and your team are taking overall documentary photos.
Right.
If you see a defect, especially on a scene where somebody's missing a head, you're going to zoom in and focus on that.
Right.
So what your normal process is, you're observing it, you're looking for defects, you don't find it.
Right.
If you did find one, that would be like a zoomed in photo, maybe an evidence marker or something like that.
Yes, we would put something indicating that defect and take close-up photos of it.
Now, you weren't there, you don't know what happened when he died, right?
No.
There was evidence that the person who did it cleaned up the scene because there's a big glaring thing missing from the scene, right? Actually, a few glaring things.
Right.
Weapons and head.
Correct.
No telling whether the person who did the cleanup job ditched another piece of bedding that maybe was covering his head when the decapitation, anything like that.
Possible, yes.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Correct.
You mentioned that there was no ID found
No.
because Mr. Draskowitz asked you about his height and weight and look at his driver's license. You said no.
No.
And that reminded me, I don't know if I asked you. Did you find any car keys in the victim's room?
No.
Any wallet?
No.
And you said already no ID?
No.
Any cell phone?
No.
And then that last line of questioning about the trash cans. All the photos we've seen so far, those are overalls documenting the scene, correct?
Correct.
Then anything that was of evidentiary value, you get closer photos and you take also photos of anything you're taking from the scene or impounding.
Correct.
Correct. Fair to say that you and your entire team were fervently looking for the head.
Yes.
Well, what were you thinking as you're going through the scene, when you're opening boxes and,
We were opening every bin, drawer, cabinet with a great deal of trepidation that we would find a head somewhere.
okay. And so when I showed you earlier, I'm not gonna pull the photos, but when I showed you the bedroom earlier, downstairs bedroom, there's a couple containers and stuff.
Yes.
All of that is thoroughly searched,
Extensively searched.
because there's glaring things missing from your stuff.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. I'll pass it.
Any follow-up, Mr. Director?
Yes, thank you. Based upon those questions, primary focus, you're looking for a head, weapons, correct?
Correct.
If there'd been any defects to the bedding, to the sheet, to the mattress, to the pillow, you would have photographed it.
We would have photographed it and we probably would have taken it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
No, no.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Can you call your next witness?
Nicholas Pappas. Yeah, he just has the right.
Are you, he's, I don't want to mix these all up, so you want to this powder. This is the one, this is just the first part of this one, but he gave it to me. Okay. So this is, starts at 88, I believe. Yeah, they're on this part. Okay. That big step.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth?
Sir, can you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
My name is Nicholas Pappas, N-I-C-K, O-L-A-S. Last name Pappas, P-A-P-A-C-S.
Ma'am. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
And which unit are you currently assigned?
I am currently assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Unit, also known as our Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with that unit?
A little over 2 years with this specific unit.
How long have you been with Henderson PD in total?
A little over 20 years.
I want to bring your attention back to August 7th of 2023. On that date, were you called to a homicide scene?
I was.
Were you called while on duty?
I was actually off duty that day.
Why were you called in off duty?
Generally, given the size of our unit, anytime that we have an incident such as that, they need additional resources, so the people typically off duty will also get called.
Okay, and so on this particular day you're off, you get called in, and around what time do you respond to the scene, if you
I
remember?
believe I responded at 10:36 that morning.
And was the scene at Haladura,
It was.
located within Clark County, Nevada?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Show you a few exhibits. 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Do those all look generally familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
And are those all fair and accurate depictions of aerial maps of a couple of different scenes you responded to in this particular case, being the Caladura scene and Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Move the admission of those?
No objection.
Okay, those are your minutes.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 9. Detective, is this the actual homicide scene that you respond to on Caladura?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Represented by a little red flag?
Yes, sir.
When you respond to the scene, Detective, what is going on at the scene?
Well, it was an active crime scene. Obviously, I was not one of the first detectives to arrive, so I was a little behind everybody else.
Okay. Had the main, or I guess lead homicide detectives already arrived?
I believe so.
And who would that be in this case?
Detective Dennis Lozado was primary in this case.
Okay. Primary meaning he's kind of responsible for delegating duties and such?
That is correct.
But you have a role in this as well?
Yes.
You worked in a support role, essentially?
Yes.
What is it that you first do when you arrive on this particular scene?
So when I originally got called out to this, like I said, I was a little bit behind, so we were in charge of actually canvassing for video surveillance originally.
Okay. I'm going to show you states 11A. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this that same Paladura neighborhood with a bunch of yellow tags on it?
Yes, it is.
Do you know if this represents the video cameras that was done by your team?
I believe so, yes.
And can you direct the jury to the area where you were responsible for?
So originally I was in charge of the Carolina Laurel area.
So I hope I spelled the last name right. He's spelling it so fast, and then the volume is really low, and then it cuts in really high just as he's doing it. So I tried my best. I listened to it 3 times, and I still didn't get it, I don't think. So I just wanted to cut in and tell you all that. And all right. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Squirrel. I'm like Sheila. Squirrel. Someone's coming into my apartment building and cut my eye. All right, here we go.
Okay. Which looks like it's going to be perpendicular to a Paladura.
Yeah, let me go back to 9. Carolina Laurel, is that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is perpendicular to the Paladura entrance. Tell us generally what a canvas entails.
Typically with the canvas, we will walk the locations in the surrounding area looking for video cameras, surveillance, rain cameras on the, next to the doors and everything. Anything that would signify that they possibly have video surveillance. Okay.
While you're doing your particular canvas of Carolina Laurel, are you called away to do something else?
I made contact with a couple people on Carolina Laurel.
Oh, okay. You made contact with people. Do you remember if you yourself impounded any video from Carolina Laurel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you learn of any surveillance on Carolina Laurel?
I believe that there was no surveillance available.
Okay. At some point in time after your canvas, are you called away to do something else?
Yes.
What is that?
I did conduct an interview after the canvas.
All right, Cindy, squirrel. So I looked ahead, and the next witness after this guy is Jonathon's son, Devyn. So that will be good. So we got something to look forward to. Also, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and don't forget to stay till after the live, because I want to show you my new outro. I made a new one last night, and I want to see how everyone likes it. Okay, here we go.
With?
That would have been Devyn Michaels.
Okay. So let's not get there just yet.
Okay.
At some point in time, do you make contact with a homeowner that provides a phone number for who ultimately you identify as Devyn Michaels?
That is correct.
Was there another name used, or?
David Dent, I believe, was the person.
No, I mean the other name.
Oh, as far as Nikki.
Okay. Was there initially some confusion as to who Nikki was?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit.
There were multiple names being used. Nikki was one of the names that we learned of, and we didn't know exactly what association there was with the decedent. So that was a little bit of a navigation as far as getting through that.
Ultimately, do you receive a phone number for Nikki of 702-677-4340?
44 is 30, I believe, yes.
Oh, 4430? Okay. And do you remember contacting that number?
I did.
Did you make contact with someone who identified themselves as Nikki?
believe, I don't remember if it was Nikki or if it was the other guy identified on the phone.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you tell that person to come back to the scene?
Yeah, yes, I request.
Request that person to come back to the scene. And that person does arrive?
Yes.
Do you see that person in court here today?
I did.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
She's sitting across over here, looks like wearing a purple blouse, and I can't see the actual pants.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant? Thank you. You indicated earlier that you conduct an interview with the defendant.
I did.
Was that interview audio recorded?
It was.
Was that done in anyone else's presence?
It was.
Sorry. Who else was present for that interview?
Detective Dennis was always present for that.
Okay. I want to ask you, just generally while we get it booted up, I apologize. At the time you interview the defendant, are you treating her as a suspect, a witness, an unknown? Like, how are you approaching this?
It was an unknown at that point because we really had no idea what was going on.
Okay. Did you have some preliminary information from a woman by the name of Yoko?
I believe so.
Okay. But is this more of like an information gathering, not like an interrogation of a suspect?
That is correct.
Tell us generally what's the difference between an information gathering and like a full-on interrogation.
I'd say like in an information gathering type interview, we are literally trying to solicit information as far as what's going on because we don't have all the details. I would say an interrogation would be more directed as far as the direct line of questioning, possibly treating them as a suspect.
Okay, so at this point you're just looking for answers and anything you can get at that point. Okay. May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of 618.
I'm sorry?
I would move for the admission of 618.
Are there any objection to 618?
No objection.
Okay, that will be admitted.
May we publish?
Yes.
And this was an audio recorded interview?
Yes.
Today is August 7th, 2023, approximately 1 a.m. My name is Michaels out at number 1531. Also with the area interview is my partner, Detective Mathis, number 1505. And we're here speaking with Mr. Canada. And Devyn Michaels. And we are here in reference to ETR 23-15229. We're in my detective vehicle parked here in 2698 College River Garage. So, yeah, I know we considered vehicle already told me that Jonathon was found deceased this morning. Okay, so
Detective, we're going to pause that 46 seconds in. Judge, we have a bit of an echo going. May I inquire if the jury can actually hear what's being said? Are there any issues? Okay. Thank you.
As well as, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, you will have this recording with you because it's been admitted into evidence, so you will have it for your review during the deliberation.
We don't know what happened to him. That's why we want to talk to you. See, I know you were here last night. You guys are like trying to move out of the house and move back to your place across town. Yeah. So if you guys go over the last time you saw him yesterday, your guys' conversation, anything that you think is important for us to know. As of right now, like I said, we don't know anything. You know, we just need to find out and start putting things together to figure out what happened.
We spent the whole day together yesterday. We did the girls' school shopping, clothes, supplies. We loaded up the truck and we took it to my house. Unloaded it, came back here, was loading more things up. That was it. We just unloaded things. We ate, drank a little bit, smoked a little bit, but that was it. Like, nothing abnormal.
Okay. What time were you guys here last night?
Often on different times. I know, like, we left, like, at 9, I think. Got back, I think, at 10. And then, I know I left, but I'm not sure what time. I was talking to Yoko, so she would have an idea of what time I left.
So last time you talked to Yoko was that after you talked to Yoko last night was when you left, or after that?
Shortly after that, yeah.
Okay.
Because she was cleaning up and I was cleaning, like, the bottles and stuff like that.
Okay. And who was home at that time?
John, myself, Yoko, and Yoshida.
Okay. And then last night when you talked to Yoko, you don't remember what time that was last night, or was it this morning?
It was like midnight, 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Do you remember your conversation with her?
Yes.
What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about John owing her money, and she said he owes her like $200. We were talking about Andrea coming back. I know John's trying to get out before Andrea came back. And I left the keys for her for Andrea.
When was she supposed to come?
We don't know. John said it was going to be any day because she has to pick up the car before the 16th. So we know she's like supposed to be soon.
Soon, meaning within between now and the 16th?
Yes, sir.
So we don't know if she was coming today, nothing like that.
He just didn't want to be here when she got back. So we're kind of rushing to get everything moved. The majority of the stuff is at my house right now.
Okay. And then you guys were moving stuff back and forth yesterday. So what's your address?
5510 Porcupine Lane.
5510. How do you spell that?
Porcupine, Porcupine, Ram, R-I-M.
And is that in Vegas?
Yes,
You know the zip?
89130.
I just want to get your first name.
So I had to cut in real quick before I forget. You know, my mind's like 5 minutes. Devyn did have a job. She was a porn star. She did porn for her job. And I don't know if you watched the Monica Simonetti case. Remember there was a guy that she was having an affair with and his name was Robert Baker. Devyn was married to that guy at one point in her life. Yeah, she was a porn star. So, and I'm pretty sure that's the one thing Debbie liked most about Devyn, was that she was a porn star. Well, that night that Jonathon died, Devyn said that he wanted her to perform some actual acts on him and she didn't want to. So that makes me think she was over there because she had the girls at the time, because he got full custody of the girls because of the incident that happened. So, but she had the girls and she was taking them over there for him to see. Because Jonathon was an alcoholic, bad alcoholic, and so is the son. He'll admit it in his testimony. And so she was going over there a lot for the girls to see their dad. I can't quite remember why I was going that direction, but dang, man, that COVID really got to my brain. All right, if I think of anything else, I'll let you know.
Michaels. Lord 2878 702 677 4430.
Okay. So you're moving stuff back and forth to this house by the 1049 Ram.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you think you came back here around maybe 10 o'clock-ish. Did you guys pack up more stuff?
Yeah, I put more stuff in my truck, and then I went and grabbed my daughter's prescription, and I went home.
Okay, but you said that John was drinking when you guys got back for the last time?
Yes.
So, I guess when you got back, kind of explain what happens from there. So,
he started drinking, and he started smoking. He smoked cigarettes and weed, and he was in the garage. Yoko came down. They were kind of having an issue. She went back upstairs, and then she came back down later. My husband and I was talking to her.
and then he fell asleep.
No, he was in the garage when I left.
Okay, because Yoko told us that you told her that he was asleep.
No, I said I told him to sleep it off instead of trying to drive last night.
So when you left, he was still awake.
Yes.
And what was he doing in the garage?
Smoking.
Smoking what?
Weed.
Yeah. And no one's in trouble for smoking weed or doing any bad drugs right now. We're worried about trying to figure out what happened to Jonathan. Okay, so don't leave anything out just because you think it might get someone in trouble. Okay.
It was just me.
Okay. Does he do anything else? You know?
No, sir. I know he smoked cigarettes and weed. I know he has drinking. He was drinking Jameson last night. I was cleaning everything up before I left.
So he's in the garage, say he's smoking, and then you finish packing up your stuff and then you take off.
Yeah.
That's the last time. You guys text each other or call each other?
I've been texting him all morning because today was the first day of school, and he was supposed to come down to help me with the grocery register.
When was the last time you talked to him over the phone? Like text or call?
No, last time I talked to him was face-to-face.
Okay, so you didn't text him when you got back to your place saying, hey, he didn't try texting you?
I texted him, you can help me from where it hurts. I texted him.
Oh, I remember where I was going with that now. So she was over there, and remember, they're supposed to be working on their relationship, and Devyn doesn't know this. So he says, but I'm wondering if he didn't go home and Devyn was at home and he was really intoxicated, and she told Devyn, you know, I was over and with the girls to see your dad, and he was putting the moves on me. And that's when Devyn, because he left between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, and he told the lawyer that he left to go to work. And he says, you aren't going to anyone's house at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning to put in camera equipment. So, and Devier moved to California after this, and with a girlfriend, and she was in the courtroom yesterday while he was testifying.
Hey, this was 4 this morning when I was up trying to get the stuff for the girls ready for school, and I was saying like I can't find anything, and then I've just been calling and texting and I haven't heard anything.
Okay. So, do you know, like, what he does for work?
He's a handyman, so he does odd jobs here and there.
Like, side jobs?
Yeah.
People just call him, and they'll just do things, like, Mom said something about, like, the moving and stuff. Does he move people too? So he just does any kind of odd-end jobs? How long has he been doing that for?
A few years.
Does he have a lot of clientele, or is it just like word of mouth?
I think it's more word of mouth. I don't know his clientele. He says he puts ads up on Facebook, and he tries to drive his trailer around a lot. Like yesterday when we went shopping, I wanted to go into my car, but he wanted to use the trailer for advertising. So that's...
Do you know when last time he had a gig or job?
Friday. He did something on Friday. I don't know. He was moving somebody's stuff.
That's the last job that you know that he's done?
Yes, sir. He texted me for it. I don't know who it was for, but he told me how much he made and everything.
Okay.
But I don't know any of his friends. He talks about someone he works with named Andrew. I know David, that's the neighbor we've gone to his house. But I don't know who he works with. I don't know. I just don't know anybody of that nature. I know names.
Anybody that comes to mind where he was talking about, I owe this person some money, or hey, just be on the lookout, this guy's looking for me type of thing?
No, sir, people owe him money. Like he said, this guy, this one right here owed him money. So.
Did he own any weapons, handguns?
Yes, but they're at my house now. We took them over last night. We didn't bring ammunition though, like, because there's no safe at my home for them. So we intentionally left the ammunition here.
Okay, over here.
Yes, sir.
And then,
So Detective, so far you've learned a few things from Miss Michaels. She indicated that John was alive and fine when she left, correct?
Correct.
She claimed that John had some guns, but they'd been moved to her home, correct?
Correct.
She claimed she did not have a safe at her home, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to resume.
the girl that's supposed to pick up this car over here,
His ex-fiance.
they were supposed to get married?
Yes, sir.
When did they break up?
They broke up, I want to say May.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
You know why they broke up?
She was trying to get back with me, and she moved all of her stuff out. She tried to come back. It just, from what he said, he'd rather try to make it work with me versus being with her. He says that she's been trying to text him and he hasn't been answering. So. She did show up one time, like out of the blue, because I came here to take the girls to school, and she was here, and we did not expect it. But that blue car, she's supposed to be driving back to wherever she's at. But I don't know. I think it's Utah, but he said she's coming because it has something about the 16 on it, like the tax or something. And Yoko, I left the keys for Yoko just in case she did, and someone will stand for her. So.
As you mentioned earlier, like your first talking to Wally, you guys are trying to avoid her, because the SARS are not know her or something like that. Is that like a constant follow-up with her?
but he didn't want to keep dealing with her. He said, like, his ring, we actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done, he's 100% done, and he wants to have a family with the girls and everything, where we're not driving back and forth.
Yeah.
We brought as much as we could to the house last night. Literally, we were doing this last night to get him out of the house.
Have you seen like any text messages she sent him or anything?
No, sir. He just said that he was done, and I just kind of took him at his word.
And she wasn't willing to do that?
I don't know if that was the case. I think,
She was willing to handle it?
no, I think she was trying to get back with him because her situation wasn't working out. Like, she left with some other guy, and it wasn't working out based on what he was telling me. And he kept saying that she was reaching out to him, and then I think some girl named Melissa started reaching back out to him.
Like your ex-girl?
Yes, sir. And he said she reached out to him on Facebook.
What's Jonathan's phone?
That Gogo that was talking to you in the first ride?
Yes, sir, that's his mom.
Okay.
Yeah, I was sitting there talking, 702-561-9242. Yeah, I've been trying to reach him, but I just thought his phone was off again, because that's normally what happens when I can't find him. Like from non-payment.
Yeah.
There's nobody that he's mentioned that has issues with him that you can think of other than Andrea, who they had a breakup. They're supposed to be married, but then he decided to try to work it out with you. You said that she left with another guy, so it doesn't sound like she was too upset.
No, he was saying that it wasn't working out where she was at, and she was trying to come back. Yes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't know if he was saying that just to kind of make me want him more, or what the situation is, but that is what he was saying.
And then what about Anthea? She's the mother of Debbie.
Yes. No, she lives in California.
Does he talk to her at all? Something like that. So, you guys, when did you guys start talking back?
We started talking more, I would say, at the beginning of this year, because I was coming down here to take the girls to school and things like that, and he was already saying Andrea was kind of on her way out, so.
Okay. So the girls were living over here with Yoko and Johnson. Okay. When did they move back in with you?
The day school got out.
So around May.
May 26th, 22nd.
So they moved back in with you, and you guys are starting to work things out at that point. So then you guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on. We're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that. We're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah. And it saves on gas, so we're trying to make that.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Alright, honestly, I was not told that information. I thought you
I'm
had.
married, but, okay.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who were you married to?
I'm married to Debbie.
The son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Debbie Air, his son.
Okay, she just says that like that's okay. Why do they want to get everybody under one roof? How do they think that that's going to turn out? That's a horrible idea. I don't get it. I don't get. But that wasn't the plan. She told Devyn that he had to move out because Dad was moving in. Dad owed his mom a bunch of money, and I guess every morning she would yell about a car payment that he has to pay her for the car payments. It's...
And you are now married. How many people there?
Almost 2 years. And yeah, John knows.
So it wasn't like you guys trying to get back together. Like you said, instantly. He's just gonna move back in with you to be with the girls.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason for that? Just with the girls, or was there other?
It benefited everyone. He was having issues here. Yoko was trying to relocate him out, and he needed a place.
Devyn was good with having Dad come back, even though
I wouldn't say good, but he understood. It wasn't his first choice for everything.
And then I spelled Devyn.
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
D-E-V-I-E-R-E. Getting that 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Has there been any issues with Devyn and Jonathon?
Like, they don't work together anymore, but they're not really.
Did he used to work as like a handyman and stuff with them? What does Devyn do now?
Installations for like security systems and stuff.
Like cameras and things like that?
Just taking the cameras down.
Who did?
John and I, we had just taken the cameras down. They're at my house.
The ones they were working cameras on the house? When did those go down?
Last night, we just brought them over.
Oh, you just took them off last night?
Yes, sir.
There's no cameras left on there at all? And then, how many dogs are in the house right now that you own?
4.
And then are they typically, where do they usually stay?
Here.
I mean, like in the house, like where, or outside?
Downstairs in John's room.
So they just all hang out downstairs and that. Is that considered a room? Like you walk down and then
That's where he sleeps.
that's where he stays?
Yeah.
And they usually just stay out in there. Does he walk outside at all ever? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, he does outside. There's a patio door thing. So yeah.
So that doggy door?
Yes, sir.
Does that ever get locked or do you just leave them outside?
No, it gets locked sometimes, like when he's trying to eat and he doesn't want them.
Coming in and out. Alright, let's see. You know, you're married for 2 years. John was just going, moving back in with you guys. The girls trying to keep the family together, and it was beneficial for everybody. You're saying because the driving and things like that?
Not the driving, it was just the girls really want us together. And I know it's kind of complicated for them to understand that I'm married to Devyn, so we were bringing John into the house just to kind of keep things. I know it sounds weird, but.
Do you have any kids with Devyn?
No, sir, I can't have any more children.
You're all having kids?
I don't know who you could talk to. The neighbor, David. I know John was supposed to go over there last night. He was doing like a crowd play thing.
day to day, or was it always something different?
He had a few that were pretty routine.
You know their names?
I just know Andrew. I think the neighbor on the other house to that way worked with him sometimes.
You know his name, by chance?
I want to say his name is David.
David?
Yeah, not this guy, but David.
You know Andrew's last name? You know Andrew's number, do you, by chance?
Yes.
Would Debbie ever know who Andrew is? How they work together?
I don't know. Because like when John texts me, it's usually, hey, I got this job, it's this, and this. So I have those. But they don't really have names on them or anything like that.
When John goes to bed, is there like normal clothing that he wears, like pajamas? I think he read like when he sleep, there's just like shorts on, no shirt, or just like an underwear, boxers.
The last time John and I shared a room, my daughter was 3 days old, my oldest daughter. So he used to wear boxers to bed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
So, that sucks. I know it was a long time ago, but sometimes habits don't change, you know?
I know he used to wear boxers. I don't really.
That's all he needs, just see the boxers, no shirt, that's it.
Yes, sir. When I left, he was wearing boxers. He had on, I want to say like black boxers on. Boxer.
Sorry, y'all. I had to get some water for I drink a lot of water every day. And I put it in a big blue cup with lots of ice. I probably drink 8 bottles of water every day to make sure I stay hydrated. And I don't know why I get sick all the time. I guess that's why she went into his bedroom to wake him up to go to work. Yeah. Well, we're learning some new things. Well, learning things from Miss Devyn. She don't seem to sound quite as crazy during this interrogation. But man, just some of her pictures and the way she presents herself, her demeanor, sometimes she just looks like she's an alien, like from another galaxy, like the way she'll move her eyes or blink her eyes. You know, I've seen that in people that, I'm no doctor. This is just my opinion only. But I've seen that in people that are schizophrenics. They'll move their eyes like that and blink it like that. It's just crazy.
Does John have any tattoos?
Yes.
Do you know where and what?
On his arm. I don't know which one is which, but it says Oriental John.
And then anywhere else? Do you know? On his left arm?
One on each arm. I don't know which one.
Oriental John.
Yeah.
I don't think so. They never talked about any type of mental health issues. But I feel, in my own opinion, she should have had a mental evaluation at some point. And I think someone said it in the when I was watching the long crime. I can't remember what segment it was, but they had said that she needed to have a mental health evaluation. They said that she probably could still stand trial, but she does have some issues.
But he's had those as long as I've known him.
So you guys been moving his stuff out of here, or was it the girl stuff?
Both. brought all the girls' clothes and like the majority of his stuff last night.
And how long have you guys been moving stuff out of the house?
Last night.
That's it?
Yes, sir. He loaded everything up that he could, and we just brought it over. Like, he made it as quick as possible.
When you're saying Devyn was good with this arrangement,
He was okay with it. I wouldn't say good is not his first option, but he understood.
you're saying he understood
Yeah.
the benefit of everybody.
Yeah, it wasn't like there was a lot of animosity about it.
And,
The biggest problem was the dogs.
and when you guys are starting to talk to each other again, you and John, you say you haven't been intimate together since for how long?
2018.
Do you know anybody else that he might have been dating, or Andrea?
Everybody. He was dating Sarah, Andrea, Michelle. He was just like, when we separated, he was just
Going on dates like crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know how many. He said he had 5 girlfriends at one time.
As far as you know, he wasn't selling like anything illegal right now.
No, his hustle was to go to the Goodwill, buy things, and then try to resell them.
Wow, go Jonathon. 5 girlfriends. But they go after the one woman with the crazy past. Shit, it could have been any one of those women, any one of those 5 women that he was dating or seeing.
Yeah, that's why, like, if you look in the backyard, there's a ton of bikes. And he would get, like, turf and just random things from his dogs, and then try to resell them. Like, it seemed like he was trying to do better than what he had been doing in previous years.
Were you guys hanging out at all? I know you were all day yesterday, but prior to that, was like a regular thing you guys would hang out, or?
We actually were here a couple of times this week, me and the girls. We had.
So I had to start really late yesterday because they had to edit the video because they showed the whole world his, you know what, and it was standing at a salute. I'm pretty sure it's probably from maybe rigor mortis kicked in or whatever. But I know you need to be physically alive in order to get an HO. But it was standing straight up.
Dinner and everything like that. I know we were here on the 4th because we went over to David's house. I think we were here like a week after that. So it was just whenever.
Did Devyn come with you guys?
No. It was me, John, and the girls. We were trying to build that together.
And then for Yoko is Devyn's parent too, right? That's the reason why he would want to come over?
No.
He just left it with you guys? Any additional questions for the same practice? Okay. Well, we have your phone number, so if there's anything extra that we need to talk to you about, we'll give you a phone. Okay? Only thing I said, Motion 1243, and that's it.
Shall I keep going?
Can council approve?
Well, I guess they're gonna approach. They haven't approached or did much of anything. I think they're gonna take a break. Yeah. Maybe it's their lunch. Speedy, speedy, speedy. Was that a good lunch, guys? Did you eat? I had that lasagna last night and I'm allergic. I'm not fully allergic, but I have a little intolerance to the red sauce. I can't have red dye at all. And oh God, I'm still sick this morning, but I just love spaghetti but I just can't have the red sauce. But man, I eat it and I suffer the next day, and that's okay because the food was good. I made a really good lasagna. I don't know why we can't hear them. I have it turned up. God, what did I do now?
Following exhibits, I'll give you this: 239, 243, 265 through 268, 291A, 339, 344 through 352, 360 through 361, 363 through 368, 373 through 389, 394, and 436.
Okay, and are those going to be stipulated, or are you?
We will stipulate the admission of those exhibits.
Those will be amended to stipulation. Anything else outside the presence?
I don't believe so.
Nope, that covers it.
Okay.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record and see 377-239 statement of out versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, deputy attorneys on behalf of the state. And both parties contribute to the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and officer, I just remind you, you are still under oath. Statement on your oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, we left off hearing that recording of the first interview conducted with the defendant, Devyn Michaels, correct? Correct. If you recall, when that interview was conducted, had you and your team executed the search warrant on the Paladura home yet?
Not yet.
Did I pause it? Oh, I did. My bad. I'm sorry.
So did you have a general understanding of what you had in your...
I was trying to fix that.
Okay. Did you know there was at least a decapitation?
So I can see the name.
But anything else is kind of follows the interview.
Yes.
You then enter after a search warrant is authorized by a judge?
Yes,
And do you go into the scene itself?
I do.
Do you stay downstairs, upstairs, go through the whole thing?
I was in charge of searching a few different locations. One was the upstairs master bedroom, one was the kitchen, another was that kind of middle room, dining room area, as well as like a converted living room section that was more of a bedroom.
And is the converted room where John's body was found?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start with upstairs. Was there anything of evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Anything of potential evidentiary value found in the kitchen area?
No.
Anything found in that level where the kitchen is? Like and then let's focus in on the converted room, John's room, I'm going to call it. When you went into John's room, did you get an overall perspective of the scene?
I did.
Did you go kind of look around and search different various items?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the body itself?
I did.
And what was
That the body was laying, across the bed with obviously decapitated.
This closed captioning is terrible. So I don't read it or not, but I was just trying to keep it up there for the witnesses' names when I can't hear them.
Did you notice a substantial amount of blood under his head? Or where his head should be, I'm sorry?
There's blood on the mattress, I believe, as well as on the floor.
Okay. Did you observe any blood on the ceiling, on the walls, or anything like that?
I did not notice anything else there.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been in homicide about 2 years now, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you responded to violent scenes before, even if you weren't on homicide?
Of course.
What types of scenes?
I spent close to 9 years in K-9, so we went to a lot of different violent calls, obviously looking for suspects that had fled, obviously in patrol work and things of that nature. I was also an officer in charge for a while, so obviously responding to like your typical patrol calls, violent crime scenes, suicides, anything of that nature.
Okay. Did you make any general observations about the blood situation in this particular scene?
It looked a bit localized around the actual body.
What do you mean by localized?
As far as like the pool on the mattress as well as underneath, but nothing like you mentioned as far as like on the ceiling or anything like that.
Just so I can clarify, did you observe any blood staining or patterning or dragging or anything other than in that small area around the bed?
I did not.
Anywhere near the front door, the garage, the back door, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you observe any of the victim's personal belongings, such as his wallet, his truck keys, his phone, or his social security card within the scene?
I did not locate those items, no.
Did you observe any weapons that could have been used to do this crime?
Obviously, there's going to be kitchen knives and things of that nature, but nothing that was obvious.
Yeah. Nothing in the room?
Not that I located.
No kitchen knives in the room?
Not that I recall, no.
You're referring to the kitchen knives in the kitchen?
Yes, correct.
Any of those, did those have any apparent blood on them or look to be
No.
dirty, I guess? Okay. When, at some point in the investigation, do you get called out to execute a search warrant at a different residence?
I did.
Where was that?
That was going to be at, I believe it was 5510 Porcupine Road.
Showing you what's been admitted as 8. Do you recognize this generally?
Yes.
And what does this appear to be?
That looks like, obviously at the top is going to be 5510 Porcupine Rim Street. And then down at the bottom appears to be the Paula Pure address in the city.
Okay. And the information on the left, does that look like just a general Google mapping?
Yes.
And it appears here that there are a couple different routes you can take, but overall it's about 32 to 36 minutes between the two via a vehicle.
Yeah, it looks like that appears to be what the route says.
And this particular route that's highlighted, it says 25.8 miles. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you can see that. And this Paladura scene within your jurisdiction in Henderson?
Yes.
Porcupine Rim scene is within Metro's jurisdiction, but as a result of you investigating a Henderson homicide, you go into that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that common for agencies to overlap during
Absolutely.
investigations? When was it that you responded to this Porcupine Rim scene, if you can recall?
I believe it was later in the evening on the 7th.
So we're still on the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
States 239, already admitted. Is this the Porcupine Rim address?
That appears to be so, yes.
And there's two very apparent vehicles, but then there's one kind of tucked behind the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you present for the searching of any of that?
For the overall residence, yes.
Okay, were you present for the searching of the vehicles, or?
I believe the other detectives in our unit were actually searching those specific vehicles.
Okay. And you obviously are working in tandem with other detectives and crime scene investigators as well.
That's correct.
So I pulled a few photos. We'll have a crime scene investigator talk about the scene later, but I want to direct you to a few things. States 265, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That appears to be the front entry room inside the residence.
Okay. Fair to say there's a shoe rack on the right side here?
Correct.
And did you find any shoes that were black and white Nikes with a white Nike swoosh across the outside?
I did not locate it.
Okay. Showing you states 268. Is this the same room?
Yes.
Do you see these samurai swords here?
I do.
Were those of something of interest that you guys were interested in?
Yes.
And did you observe those?
I do not recall actually pulling them out personally, but I did observe them in the room.
Okay. Did somebody pull them out and check if there was blood on them?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't know that? You don't recall?
I did not personally do that.
Okay. 267. I can't remember why I put this up. Do you see anything of evidentiary value found in this one?
No.
Okay. $291A. Did you participate in any of the upstairs searching?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you recall ever having found you or anyone on your team black and white female-sized Nike shoes with a white swoosh along the side?
No. No.
Did you participate heavily in the search of the main bedroom?
The downstairs master?
Yes.
Right, I did.
Tell us generally what your observations were of that bedroom.
Appeared to be like the largest bedroom in the house. That was downstairs. It was cluttered with lots of different clothes, papers, electronic devices, things of that nature.
And during the course of your search warrant, are you looking for particular items that are authorized by the judge?
We were.
And then if you come across something that was not originally expected or authorized, what is the procedure then?
Well, typically we'll obviously take note of it and identify and then contact the lead detective to determine what course to take on that one.
Okay. In this particular case, were you looking for any items associated with the victim?
We were.
And did you find some items associated with the victim?
I did.
Describe the search process and how you came upon those items.
So with the search process, just when executing a search warrant, we obviously let our crime scene analysts first enter. They take overall crime scene photos of the thing, or the way the condition of the room was before we enter. After they're done with that process, then we enter, and then we actually physically search for the items that are within the search warrant.
Okay. In this particular case, were you tasked with searching through the dresser in that master room?
Yes.
And did you find something of note?
I did.
What was that?
I found a black wallet, as well as a set of car keys.
And you know, before we get there, I'm going to show you 366. You recognize that?
The only thing I can say about his wallet and stuff being over there was because he was moving in. Remember, they said that he had moved a few of his things over there. And she probably had the keys because she drove the car back home because she didn't want him driving because he was drinking. Wild.
Yes.
You remember where that was found?
I believe that was on the bed.
373. What is this?
That looks like the same bag with the cell phone.
Okay, and then we have some items that appear to have been removed from that bag.
Appears to be, yes.
374, was that an item that was in that bag?
I believe so.
367, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
368, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
Before the camera goes and broadcasts that to the world, can I borrow your light? Fair to say that's a social security card, sir?
That appears to be, yes.
Just for the record, I've redacted out the social security number, Judge. 368. Can you read into the record the name on that social security card?
The social security card says Jonathon James Willette.
$394. Is that the contents of that wallet?
It appears to be.
$395. The rear side of the contents?
If you zoom out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
$364, same wallet. This is the condition where it was actually found.
Yes.
$363, same thing, just showing a different angle of how the social security card was found.
Yes.
You mentioned searching the dresser.
I did.
Showing you 344. You generally recognize this?
I do.
So tell us about the search and how you came upon this item, and was it in this position when you first found it?
So when I first found it, it was actually in the top left drawer of the dresser in the back right corner, buried under like women's lingerie, underwear, things of that nature. The items, which were actually the wallet as well as the Chevrolet keys, were in a series of bags. So like the wallet and the keys were in one bag, and that was tied off, and then that was in another bag, and so forth, I believe, for a total of 6 bags.
Ultimately, do you document, you and other people document the process of unraveling those bags to see what's inside? 345, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
346, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
347, is this the innermost bag?
I believe so.
And I note the person holding it is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Is that you, do you know?
More than likely, I believe it is.
Okay, anyone who touched this bag within the scene, would they have been wearing gloves?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
Just basically prevent contamination of the crime scene as much as possible.
Ultimately, is that last bag opened?
I believe so. There could be one more. I don't.
Okay, let me show you 348. Ultimately, I mean, every bag is opened.
Yes.
And what is inside?
So that is a black wallet with Jonathan's driver's license in it, as well as a set of Chevrolet car keys.
349, a little closer image, it shows both those items.
Correct.
350, there's the truck keys in there.
Yes.
351, just a different angle of both items.
Correct.
And 352, that's the outside of the wallet.
Yes.
Ultimately, 436, that's photographed later, correct?
I believe that was, I believe that was taken by a crime scene analyst somewhere else.
360, what are we looking at here?
That would be the bed in that same bedroom.
And what is this item here?
That is a blue striped dress.
361, same dress?
Correct.
Appears there's a notebook next to it?
Yes.
Did that notebook contain anything?
I don't know if it was that specific notebook, but there were various, I believe, notebooks in the area.
Were there various notebooks and writings in the area?
I believe so, yes.
335, does that show some of those writings?
Yes.
336, is that zoomed in on the one in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
$338, is that another one of those writings? This one like crumpled up?
Yes.
$339, another one of those writings?
Yes.
337, another one of those writings.
Yes.
376, another one of those writings.
Yes.
And this starts with, so it has been officially 3 days since Devier and I have stopped talking. He doesn't really seem two-faced.
Yes.
337, another one of these writings.
Correct.
378, again another.
Yes.
379, another.
Yes.
380, another.
Yes.
381, another.
Yes.
382, another.
Correct.
383, another.
Yes.
384, another. Oops.
Yes.
385, another.
Yes.
386, another.
Yes.
387, another.
Yes.
388, another.
Yes.
And 389, the last one.
Yes.
This one starts with broken heart again, another lesson learned.
Yes.
The following day, did you participate in writing a search warrant for some call detail records?
I did.
Do you remember which call detail records you were searching for?
That would have been the Devyn's phone number, which was the 702-677-4430 number.
Okay, and call detail records come from the cell phone company, right?
Correct. And in that case, I believe it was AT&T.
And other detectives will be better suited to talk about the contents of those, not yourself.
Correct.
You helped obtain them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Ross?
Yes, thank you. Right here. Detective, in reference to the writings that I'm gathering here from counsel's desk, you would testify that these were recovered at the Porcupine residence?
Were those ones that we were just going over?
Correct. Several of them, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed these in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Would you agree with me that these appear to be entries into a diary, perhaps?
I'd say like a journal of sorts.
Okay, fair enough. And did these writings contain dates that you recall?
I don't recall seeing dates.
Okay. So in reference to the contents of these, you can't give us any indication as to when they were written?
No.
Months before, years before, fair to say?
That's fair assessment.
Are you aware of how long the occupant, or first of all, who owned this home?
Legally, I don't know exactly who owned the home, but I was told that Devyn and Debbie lived there.
Okay. Are you aware as to how long Devyn had been living there?
I am not aware of that.
Years, months, no idea. In fact, you have no idea where these were authored, correct?
No.
Were you aware of what was going on between the two houses, the Palmadura house and the Porcupine house? Occupants, what was going on, a move? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yes.
And based upon your knowledge, Jonathon Willette was moving into the Porcupine residence,
Yes.
correct?
That's what we were under the impression of.
And that was the residence where you found the wallet, the keys, Social Security card, correct? You'd agree with me that it appears that items had been moved in, they were out of place. I mean, the place was kind of messy and looked like a move.
It did.
Okay. Did you have it, when you were at the Paladura house, that house was in disarray as well, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Fair to say it appeared that the occupant, specifically Jonathon, was moving.
Yes.
In reference to the interview that you had had with Devyn, that interview began approximately 12 p.m.?
I believe so.
And that was at the Paladura house, correct?
Yes. In the general area. It wasn't inside the house, obviously, but it was out front.
Okay. Fair to say that she had been summoned to the house and she had come?
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone number from one of the neighbors, and then I made phone contact with Devyn.
Okay. And asked her if she would come and speak to you?
Yes.
And she came willingly?
Yes.
And she appeared to cooperate with you?
Yes.
She obviously was made aware that something bad had happened?
Yes.
And it concerned Jonathon?
Yes.
And she came and freely and voluntarily answered your questions?
She did.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, one more question. You were given the map, the distance between the two houses. Do you have that, counsel?
Yeah, right. I have one map. It's probably under this.
Do you recall that it was a Google map in the distance?
So that would have been that map, yes.
There was a time on that map, correct?
I believe there was.
Now, when Google calculates that time takes into account the time of day, correct?
I'm not sure with Google. I'm more familiar with Apple Maps. Like as far as on your iPhone, I know that it will typically account for traffic conditions.
So the time, perhaps, if that's pulled in the middle of the day, would be a different time. Let's say that if it were pulled at 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, fair to say that those distances and that, well, if the distance remained the same, but the time to go from point A to point B would presumably be less in the middle of the night versus
Yes.
in the middle of the day. And when you pulled that, or when that was prepared, are you aware of what time of day that was?
I am not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nope, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, thank you, your excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
So the jury has questions? Good.
The state calls Devyn Willette.
Oh, I guess not. Okay, this is Jonathon's son.
Here. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat. Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Devyn Michaels,
Can you spell that for us, sir?
Devyiellette.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Devyn, how old are you?
29, sir.
What is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathon Willette?
Sorry, I forgot completely wrong.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Armintia Saints.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Armintia split?
I was probably about 1 year old.
When they split and you were 9 years old, where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas? Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Every summer.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Ball, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki. And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your two sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages? That's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with that or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
So I just have to say this really quick because I think it's funny. Okay, so he married Nikki and dad was with Devyn. So it doesn't sound too bad when you say it like that because two different names, two different people, two different personalities, right?
Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
No, sir.
How was it that relationship kind of started?
Okay, so he didn't know how old she was. He didn't know what day they got married. Why is he trying to act like he doesn't know anything? Because he doesn't want to look guilty. Oh, Devyn also took a lie detector test. I'll get you the results here in a minute. Let me finish my toast.
Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it was a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point?
You know, maybe things would have been easier for him to talk about had he not brought his girlfriend and she's sitting in the back of the room. I don't think I would have.
Time where you all three lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the Magic House?
Yes, sir.
And is that when the intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you three move out of Blue Magic? Like, we need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places? Or can you remember that for me?
I moved out first.
And where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
187 Poppy Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas, after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas, do you move in with Yoko at the Palo Duro address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic House.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while I stepped one step too far ahead, when you moved back to Vegas the first time, you moved into Blue Magic. Who was living in Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, and Jeanette.
The two girls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I moved back to California, and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali, and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes, sir.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes, sir.
What did you do in response to that?
Ma'am, do you listen to anything I say? I said it didn't match. I said I had it up there because I wanted to see if I could see the names of the witnesses because they're hard to hear. But I've been thinking about getting rid of it. I was just waiting for someone to say something. All right, I'll get rid of it because I agree. They don't match. It's too bad. Okay, they're gone. Okay, here we go.
Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten an abortion.
But you never saw any documentation or
No, sir.
anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into this situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years?
I believe it was 4
Okay.
years after that.
And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
We talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Paul Drive.
Where did you move to?
Paul Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoko and Yoshida.
Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
They're elderly folks?
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with him too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
Moving houses to setting up backyards.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad and don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Paladura and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his other children?
The mother, you mean?
The mother. Jesus, I said father? Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want to ask an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't live with the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Paladura?
Just 1 second, Mr. Chairman. You can't hear him? Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is, thank you so much. Your voice is just way soft to people. And we're going to see if we can figure this out. So can you just say test for me?
Oh, test.
Can you hear him better now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Judge.
Nobody can be held in contempt.
All right. I'm going to keep that one in the back pocket. So you eventually move out of Paladura.
Yes, sir.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Devyn spelled Devyn? D-E-V-Y-N?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that later?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 7th, 2023, as a point of reference counting back, Probably 2020?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember?
After.
So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with your dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Were there, did they have bedrooms there?
Yes, sir.
And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times that you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual, intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Cindy, you're so right. I guess I wasn't even thinking that they were stage names. Oh, but how is she able to use those in court? So Devyn has to be her real name. But she also used that Nikki Fairchild in the child abuse case. So which real name does she? I don't know. Oh, boy. I don't know. No, she kept whining, wanting to go in there. Stop it, Leah. Oh, the dog's being naughty, guys. Naughty, naughty, naughty today. All right, I got to take her back out. All right, here we go.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of that word.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguing back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times, what's going on in your head at this time?
That when I tried to fill some shoes that I had no business filling.
Whose shoes?
My father's.
I'm sorry, I think you just get a little bit closer to me. It's okay.
So, I believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
Did there ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that day, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I woke up and I went to work, and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured, and...
Okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
Oh, I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your dad at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off work. I was helping with the girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed and a desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And I responded with half of what you know was true and the other half isn't.
Okay. So your dad clearly knew you were formally married?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay, once this trial is done?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls, watching the movie with them, and Nikki had told me that she was going to go help John move some things, and I said okay, so I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and I believe when the movie was over, I had put them down to bed, and I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into their pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I had put the girls to sleep, and I myself am going to sleep because I was working the next day.
You had worked the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay. So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes,
when you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
And that would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I remember waking up around 2 to her getting into bed, and since I had work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of it. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they're moving things around, if they're just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and I went to work.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place in my space.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so Cindy, I thought the same thing. I'm not sure. You know, it's just weird. And they want to say that the girls were having a difficult time because dad wasn't in the home. No, the girls are having a difficult time because mom's married to dad's son. The one girl was 8 years old. I know that.
So, I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and he's in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do you do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off work.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away. And I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that.
Exactly, Cindy. It wasn't because mom and dad didn't live together. It's because mom was married to dad's son, and they were at nights, mom was sleeping with the husband, but going over and seeing dad and doing boyfriend, girlfriend, kissing, hugging, spending time together. Oh, I'd be confused. I'm confused right now. Could you imagine being 8?
That he's passed.
Yes, sir.
I guess where do you go from work?
Straight on.
What do you do when you go home?
Started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, before you started drinking, if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home?
No.
Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, an electric drill, measuring tape, leveler.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home? Or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
Are you, you're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns, are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't?
No, sir.
At least to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, try to give us any memory you have, but you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night that I had found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and said, I'm sorry that this happened, and I kind of just wanted to be alone.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well?
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death?
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would Move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact.
No objection.
Thank you.
631 will be amended.
Permission to publish.
Yes, Commissioner Shea.
So what do we think about the son so far? He just seems like he really doesn't want to talk, like he doesn't know the answers to any of the questions. What do you think? What do you think, Cindy? Kathy? Anyone else that's here? What are we thinking? Yeah, he would be the kid's half brother and stepfather. Poor kids. Yeah, it is. It's sad. I don't know. Although I have seen situations like that before where the mom was with the dad, but the dad had a child by another woman. And the woman left the dad to be with the son, and they had kids together and lived happily ever after. Well, their happily ever after didn't quite happen. This is a effed up situation. I know I got to start watching what I say and the words and stuff before I get monetized. I'm so close. I'm so close. I didn't get any hours yesterday, which I don't understand. But, well, he's an alcoholic too. You have to remember that. So he was probably drunk last night. They said he's really bad like his dad. Real bad alcoholic. So, and that's too bad. That could be part of the memory loss. So he probably spent most of the years married to her drunk. You'd have to be. I mean, my God, she's got 4 different names. You don't know who you're calling. Just wild. All right. Well, let's see what else we have. Miss Devier or whatever his name is. Okay, here we go.
Free call from an incarcerated individual has entered the detention sentence. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you come for that?
What would you like to talk to me?
I don't know why. emotionally not very pleasant. As opposed to holding me here while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're holding me here to find it. I'm pretty sure that they started it. What? You sound like you should have been released already. I haven't gone to court yet. I go to court tomorrow. Okay, one night you only have one. Okay. So you guys are the girls. Really not gonna help me.
Yeah, but I'll send you it.
Are you getting fingerprints so they can go with him and mine go with your hands? So will they get released tomorrow? I should. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's literally what's going on. They have absolutely what's going on. Yes. They have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a bottle of soft for cleaning detergent. And they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. Like, you're fucking joking me, like, that's literally what they showed me.
Whoa, what's that? What's that?
You're getting released tomorrow. I'll leave it over. So, I get released and you go to California? I'm very poignant because I'm supposed to leave. All you know about you says you're not leaving. Oh, what about? I don't want to talk about you. I don't have them. News article? Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know. I think you get released. I still don't know what to believe. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to have one. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it up.
Oh my God. I meant to pause it. Oh. Okay. We'll find it, guys. We'll find it. I promise. I'm sorry.
Right. Yes, sir. Did they stay over the summer? Yes. Come back. She is going.
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that?
She was talking to me.
It was fine. Into the garage and I saw.
Normal night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. Okay, let me. Okay, so I found this. So, an investigation revealed a disturbing trail. Officers recovered. I was going to copy and paste it and put it in the thing, but it wouldn't let me, so I have to read it. Officers recovered Willette's wallet, social security card, keys, and a blood-covered phone at Michaels' residence. They believe she transported Willette's head to her Las Vegas home and disposed of it in a trash can. The head was never recovered. Initially, Michaels denied any involvement, claiming she left Willette's home the night he died. But under questioning, she later admitted to striking him with a wooden stick after she claimed he tried to force her into XX. XX. She said in her intent was only to hospitalize him. When a detective asked if it was possible she illed him and simply didn't remember, Michaels replied, very possible. Now that could be because of mental illness too. She also alleged that Willette had been abusive and accused him of disturbing behavior involving his children. Claims police included in their arrest report. During further interrogation, Michaels reportedly failed a polygraph test, reacting significantly to questions about her involvement in Willette's murder. Prosecutor described the crime as haunting. The defendant not only murdered her ex, but desecrated his body to him, and applying chemicals to his corpse, causing it to burn. He told the court she admitted to the fatal blow, and though she never confessed to the beheading, the evidence overwhelmingly points to her. Willette's family was outraged by the delay. His father, J.C. Willette, called the hearing disgraceful. We were here for a sentencing, and she continues to use the system to delay, he said. His wife, Valerie Willette, added, she had no remorse. She needs to pay. Judge Jones made it clear the court will not tolerate further delays. Because this happened back in 2022. The case will not remain stagnant, she said. It has already been extensively delayed. There must be justice for everyone involved. It remains unclear when Michaels will return to court, but the judge emphasized that proceedings will move forward without further postponement. So, but they never said what part of there was a part that she failed. They did say at one time, okay. She was married to the second guy for 10 years or so. Dang, Kathy, their holidays get together must be insane. For real. Yes, Cindy, one big happy family. They all still get along. You're talking about someone else. Oh, I know two women where the daughter married a guy and got divorced, and the mother married the guy. Then the daughter married the other guy and got divorced. And then the mother got divorced from the first guy and married the second guy. Oh my God, that just confused the out of me. Okay. If I find anything else, I'll let you know. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, please like, share, and subscribe. And leave a comment if you're on the replay. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and leave a comment. Let me know how I'm doing. Let me know what maybe I need to change something. I need to get viewers in here. I don't know why. Because I'm working really hard. All right, here we go.
I'm sorry, but if I'm going to have one, and if marketing is wrong, I'll leave it alone. If not, then I'll do something with them. Criminal over some over there to get close to the girls.
Presentation with the news article about the and how literally nothing.
The food was so bad and points that he did it. The second one was very graphic and still points that he did it. Like I said, if you're on court and release you, I still don't know what to believe and I can't be here.
Debbie, you mentioned a couple of news articles there?
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what happened to my father and that she was involved.
Okay. At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked again after that.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment of cross-examination. We're going to take a brief recess before we get cross-examination of this witness. After this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything regarding this case, so it's not submitted to you.
Jesus, that judge can really talk fast. There was another thing that I forgot to mention, that when you said that she has different aliases and if she dresses the parts, yes, each I've seen multiple pictures and they're like, some she's dressed this way and has her hair this way. Then she's got another picture where her hair is just totally different, makeup done differently. Like, oh yeah, I don't know why they won't mention it, or if they do, but I personally think she's got something going on upstairs. The elevator don't reach the top floor. She is not the brightest crayon in the box. So, all right, here we go. We're going to fast forward this mess.
Ladies and gentlemen, 325 will be in recess until 3:40. All rise for the jury.
And thank you, Cindy. And thank you, Kathy, for being here today. While we wait, I'll just mute it. But don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you're on the replay, leave a comment. Let me know how I'm doing.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record as C-377289, State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present as an attorney, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, and both are stipulated to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay, Mr. Goskinen, are you ready?
Mr. Willette, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer to that microphone. Thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you?
Nope. You lied.
Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements and your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct? I see.
Sir, can you just speak up from the podium?
You had testified today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by a Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff that was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
It's the same. I work with my father.
I'm sorry, in this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I work with my father, so we bumped heads on a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to be hanged, and I had no prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just, and then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here, I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You're talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and bunk bed into the house for the girls.
So you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him, and I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here, I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering your question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me, correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father, fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, you said, I got out as soon as I could, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before, until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
That's right.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
But remember, he said he didn't know that Dad was moving in.
And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like.
I think he's talking like that. So slow and real low so they really can't hear him, or he's speaking slowly because he's making sure he doesn't say something to incriminate himself, which he already is.
For the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it?
Where you going? You gonna go get me coffee?
But you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time.
Huh? You what?
time that your dad's been murdered, what you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript, you agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that Detective Osaka was kind of confused and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks, again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it?
No, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
That lived in Vegas?
No, that lived in that house. The detective asking, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the joint custody that they had.
And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 in the morning yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked, page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here, and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere, because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
His job is better than mine.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money. Fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good, legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozawa, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel, yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
You know, I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. I'm sorry. He was in love with Nikki, Devyn, Katrina, whatever. He was in love with her. If you watch the opening statements, he said how much he was in love with her, and he memorized by her and what she did for him, and how she made him feel like the V word again, you know, the virgin. I don't believe it. I believe he was mad.
But you would first tell the police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then...
Sir, I'm going to have to have you to speak up. The jury's having a hard time.
Sorry about that.
Is that better?
If you could just please repeat your answer. I'm not trying... If you could speak up, please, and just repeat that last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday, and then you said, oh, actually, you know, it was my day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago, and I was drinking very heavily for my father's death. So I don't.
Okay. But, sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do... Fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
For real.
in reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door, so I came down and looked out and saw him unloading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct? And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy is a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
His father.
Okay, you said your guy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of a guy.
Yes, sir.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple of years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct him and say, I didn't say I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say, he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel is on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly had happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct? You were interviewed another time, correct? By by another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
That interview occurred September 12th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this detective now, after speaking to you, and it's a little bit into the interview, tells you, well...
Yes, Kathy, that boils it down right there. I'm pretty sure that that's what the whole relationship was. The insurance, because of her health issues, and she needed daycare for, I don't know what job she was at, maybe her corn star job. I mean, who wouldn't want to be married to a corn star? I mean, he's already letting her go over and, you know what, to his dad. God, just, I can't even say it.
You know, you weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is, meaning the situation is a little different than hers. We're here to, you didn't do it, to clear you, correct? You recall that conversation?
When was this again?
I'm sorry?
When did this conversation happen again?
September 12th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? And you were being interviewed concerning being a potential suspect. And you remember the date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're being told now that we're working to clear you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were relieved, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The detective asks you, does that make sense? And you say it does, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, and while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just there's you know, that's not even on the radar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had told law enforcement that you weren't close to Devyn. You didn't really have a real marriage. And things aren't that bad with your dad, and you're basically being told, hey, it's good. You're good, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're left there sitting for a little while, and the room's being recorded, and you say, this is going to be a fucking Netflix series, correct?
I don't remember that.
I told you that you said that. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm just letting you know I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
And before I forget, I'm sorry for going back, but there was some discussion with Detective Ozawa about the problem the morning, August 7th, about your wife trying to register the girls. Your dad was supposed to have registered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's because they were moving into the house, and the girls were starting at that school, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's, again, a confirmation that you knew. You knew that they were moving into the house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified before a grand jury, a little different room, but you were put under oath and you were called as a witness on September 14th, just a couple days after that last interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under oath, you testified, like you did initially today, that you were unaware that your father was moving into the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was something that you had learned after your father's death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that there were no discussions about you potentially moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's exactly what you said, no, sir. There was never a discussion and you said no, sir, but there were multiple discussions, correct?
So that I can remember, yes.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked together.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine? But it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
Today, now that she's on trial, you testified that you woke up at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th and she was in bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you testified to the grand jury, you testified that you never woke up at all, correct? I'm referring to page 1718.
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is different again today on that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously you waking up is kind of a big deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were actually awake at 2 a.m. on the 7th, weren't you?
I woke up to her getting in bed, and I looked over at her and saw that she got in bed, and I rolled back over and went to sleep.
You had been calling her that night from the home phone, correct? Well, she's with your dad.
We don't have a home phone.
Testimonies that you don't have a home phone.
So, I think, and here's two things that I've been thinking about, okay? Grandma hated her son also. And remember, Devyn lived with Grandma for a couple of years also. So I'm wondering, did Grandma and Grandma's boyfriend help Devyn with this? And I'm sorry, but he already hates his dad. And now he's finding out that his dad's moving in on what is his. He's furious. He's mad.
All right. So it's your testimony that you didn't call over and over again?
I believe I sent a text and she didn't reply, and then that's when I put the girls to sleep and I went to sleep myself.
But that wasn't the only night that she was out with your dad. She was with your dad till like 1 a.m. the night before, correct?
Possibly moving things, yes.
So 2 nights in a row, she's with your dad and she's not home, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, through the course of your grand jury testimony, you are asked by a grand juror, because unlike this, I mean, grand jurors can ask you questions, correct? I mean, that was your understanding. They spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't say Grandma did it. But I think maybe Grandma had something to do with it to help her grandson Because remember, Jonathon is nothing but a problem to everybody. He's a problem to his mother because of his drinking. He's a problem to his son because he's taking over his home, his wife, his stepchildren.
You were asked how long you and Devyn had been married, correct?
Because he was a horrible father. He was an alcoholic his entire life. He was never a part of his life when he was young. And I believe that that's what ended the relationship between Devyn's mom and Jonathon, was because he was a drinker, a heavy, heavy drinker. And they said by the autopsy reports, you can tell he was a heavy drinker.
Yes, sir.
And you answered 3 years.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some follow-up questions. Just like to ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn... I'm sorry, page 35.
Thank you.
Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And you answered, yes, it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it was very expensive to keep the girls at daycare, and she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. And then there's a question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? And your testimony under oath to this grand jury on this day was, yes, after the first year it started to get intimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
After the first year of marriage it started to get intimate, correct?
Objection, it does not say that.
The context of the question, I read it, it speaks for itself.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the jury can determine what the context is. You just need to read it verbatim. So that objection will be sustained.
And if I may just read in for the record, I mean, this is prior testimony.
This is from the grand jury?
Correct.
What page are you on?
Page 35, I'll start at line 15, page 35, by juror. How long have you and Devyn been married? Answer, 3 years. Question. If I could ask you just a couple more questions about that, did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? Yes. Answer. But it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at a daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Question. Okay. And I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? Yes. After the first year, it started to get intimate. Next question. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. You're getting closer to the truth of the nature of your relationship the farther it is that you get away from perhaps being charged with his murder. Fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
There you go.
You're getting more and more truthful concerning the nature of your relationship with Devyn the further it gets away from your having been charged or being charged. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You testified today that you didn't remember the date that you married her, correct?
December 21st.
your testimony that you don't remember marrying her on December 21st, 2021?
No, sir.
Are these in stipulated? Thank you. There'll be exhibit numbers, but I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And these were taken from your phone. From his phone.
Are those stipulated too?
Yeah, we have no objection. We just want a copy because
absolutely
we've just seen them, but
Okay.
I think we do for...
Objecting to this side?
Correct, I think...
Okay, well, let's just make it. What are the?
Put them on. This is L3. It's been marked by your clerk. He was ahead of me, so thank you.
Right, but I didn't see you. It's gonna be what it is, so we can put it on the record.
Okay. L3.
It's L3?
Yeah, is that L3? Okay.
So, well, Mr. Johnson, what's it, if the whole packet's being circulated to, let's just erase the packet now, and you can show any ones you want.
Okay.
So L3 to what?
Hang on just a second. A3 to S3.
Okay, A3 to S3 is the medical stipulation that the record is published tomorrow.
And in the interest of time, and since these will go back, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. If we could please...
In the front.
Right here?
Yes.
Remember that date?
I remember the date.
Okay. But you do remember marrying her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Remember this?
Yes, sir.
And what exhibit was that?
This is exhibit K3. And I'm going to be showing you L3. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, fair to say, you and she had a traditional marriage, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously it was a fairly passionate relationship, wasn't it?
You got weird, yeah.
I mean, for good and bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
That she had sent you a text just days before this case began about get out of the house. Do you recall that? Get your stuff. Don't think you're coming back. I want a divorce.
I don't remember anything.
And you're still married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
After things went down in this case, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through the course of your marriage to her, you wore a wedding ring, didn't you?
In my time in Vegas, yeah.
And she wore a wedding ring too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a symbol of the commitment that you had to each other, correct? Rings are.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been admitted, Defense Exhibit B3. That was the ring that she wore, correct?
Yes, sir.
You worked at Hometronics and you had tools, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were good at installing home security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had hundreds of pictures on your phone of various systems that you installed, correct?
Yes, sir. After I was done with the job, I had to upload it to the Homefront's website to prove that I got the job done.
And Your Honor, this is defense exhibit. It's like B1 through V2. We're moving through the admission. These are just images of security systems.
B1 through B2.
I'm sorry.
B1 through
B1 through
V2.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, B1 through V2 will be admitted.
And in going through these security systems, you obviously were conscientious of the angles, correct?
I would always ask how we set the camera up, and I would ask the customer to pull it on their phone and let me know what angles they would like it for.
So you're familiar with security cameras and what they picked up and what they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And there's going to be a stack of these, but I'll just show you just for, like, Defense Exhibit K2. And you've got one right here. You can see that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what type of camera that is, correct?
A ring camera?
All right. Showing you Defense Exhibit D2. You got the ladder up on this. This is an exterior camera. You installed that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what kind of camera that is, correct?
That's also a ring camera.
I mean, you were good at what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
And installing the home entertainment systems, I mean, you just saw us all. You cut through 2x4s, you cut through drywall, things like that, correct?
Not 2x4s, it was just drywall.
Okay. But you had tools, you had saws, you had electric powered saws, correct?
No, just a drywall saw. That was another.
Okay.
For doing in-wall kits for TVs.
All right. And it's your testimony, Mr. Giordano asked you, it's your testimony that you didn't kill your father, is that correct?
I did not kill my father.
You left your home that night, didn't you?
Objection, what night?
The night of the 7th, early morning hours of August 7th, correct?
2023.
2023.
To go to work?
No. You left the house in the dark at 2 a.m., correct?
No, sir.
You'd been on your phone. You were looking at pictures of you and Devyn, correct?
I don't remember.
You left that home. You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If you're talking about the night that my father was murdered, I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text her letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like the testimony under oath that you'd given to the grand jury previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that you lie under oath if it fits you?
No, sir. I became a very big alcoholic that day.
Okay.
So it's a little dozen. But I will answer truthfully to what I do.
But you'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you'd agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
Other than maybe throw up, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Yes. Bear with me, Debbie, I just got a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So Mr. Draskowitz started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify as a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willingly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring me here, correct?
Yes, sir.
We flew you out and you came and you brought your girlfriend for support, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me tell the jury. Was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters, and things got a little weird, so in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional?
Absolutely not. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, it's not the best look to do what you did?
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that we, all these lawyers, have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago, in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Draskowitz made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement, counsel. This is about working the day before. The actually, it's bottom of page 12. The detective asks you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were at work, and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Nikki, Devyn, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered. and I didn't want anybody to find out that I tried to fill some shoes that I shouldn't be filling.
Okay. So, do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops.
Okay, so he just proved it right there. That he did that because he didn't want the cops looking at him. That's why he said that stuff. I don't think this little dude is as innocent as everyone thinks he is. I just don't. I think he was furious with his father, and I think he took his life.
Okay, did there come a point in time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife, she is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together. You had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news article, yes.
Okay, so once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail. Fair.
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it. You're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship. We can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning Mr. Draskovich went through with the when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Rear mattress. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
okay.
I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
Okay. So, and bottom of page 8.
He doesn't want to give the exact date that he knew that his father was moving in, because that would make him look guilty. That he found out that night, or whatever time Devyn came home, or maybe he didn't know that him and Devyn were doing it again. And when she came home, she told him, you know, me and your dad are getting back together. He's moving in. You got to move out. And that's when you went over there and did the dirty deed to him.
I'll read verbatim. You are asked about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And, period, I mean, period, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then, ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it, and she ran it by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Do you dispute what is in the statement? Does it sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement?
No, sir.
So even back then, you're telling them, like, I drink a lot, she apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was going to move in?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand?
You know, I think he's using the alcoholism as a crutch, as a way to get out of things. Oh, I was drunk, I don't remember. I was hungover, I couldn't do it. You know, stuff like that. Sorry guys, my medicine, I took my meds and my blood pressure meds and they make my mouth really dry.
Before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you gotta go stay at a buddy's house and move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Devyn. I pass it to Mr.
Any with brief Mr. Rancho?
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devyn, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you?
Oh, I know why he can't remember. Because the lawyers keep calling her Devyn. But he was married to a woman named Nikki. Yeah, that's why. I'd be confused too. And I keep trying to find the lawyer with the haircut that you said he needs to finish. Is it her lawyer? Not the one standing right now, but the one that's sitting all the time? Is that who you're talking about, Cindy?
Our opening statement, we laid out what was in the phones. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement in this case?
You don't know what an opening statement is, or the opening statement?
I don't recall.
This is where he looks real stupid. Right here.
I see. So she's on trial, you're in California, or you're getting here, and you didn't watch this?
I seen a YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor about these issues, correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted, isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You received a couple of texts from your father. (10/24/2022). You have nothing to tell me? WTF. I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. And he sent you another one a moment after that. Double shit, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Anybody understand?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
It was earlier in the year. I think it was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. The question was clear. It's whether his answer, I think, is misleading. So
I object, Mr. Giordani's objection, Mr. Giordani's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giordani, if you think something needs to be clarified for this jury, you can ask a clarifying question.
Okay. So the way, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir, I'm sorry. The video that I had witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier this year.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the stand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskovich said yesterday or the day before? Because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Draskovich?
you're capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see.
Y'all, I was talking some good smack and I was on mute. Okay, so he had alcohol, GHB, and the green stuff. GHB is that date R pill. So I wonder if the son came over and gave dad one of those, GHBs, because it messes with the nervous system. Boy, that'd make it really easy when somebody's just passed out to up with their head. So I'm wondering.
You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having the sexual relationship with your wife, about 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it, just so we're clear, correct?
Talk to what?
The prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Devyn. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is Devyn.
No, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. With Devyn, you spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct? About your relationship with Devyn Michaels. going back to 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any problems?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got to clarify. So everyone understands, you testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned you, the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship and you said it was sexual after the first year and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but what I heard was they told you what to say or something like that?
I object to that. No, I didn't. That wasn't my question, so that was okay.
So we asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you, I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship, from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it and I talked about it.
I read your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Yeah, you can come down there.
Counsel could approach. At this point, we are going to take our nighttime recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social.
Don't try and get tuna, but you went to Walmart don't have tuna.
All right, so do you guys want to start today's and work up, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half, or I can come back tomorrow and go live and we can do tomorrow's, the one for today, tomorrow morning? What do you guys want to do? It's up to you. I can keep going or we can stop for the day and go at it again tomorrow for today, because they're still going at it. They're only 2 hours in. Remember, they start at 11 and they're 2 hours behind us. So it's up to you. You guys want to keep going? Let's see what they've got going on. The one for today. Oh, 11/7. The one for today hasn't even started. Oh, wait, yeah, it has. Oh, look, Mom.
Don't give it to Leah.
Let's see. It sounds really thick when it hits the ground. All right, let's hear what they all have to say here. Do you want me to stop for the day? Okay, so we'll work on some today. We'll just keep working on it until I get really tired of listening to the sound. I think Mom.
Follow me on. Sure. This way. You ask him to remain standing, please, and right hand your personal swear.
Oh, I got it. I can't fast forward.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm sitting here in the kitchen. I gotta finish making supper, so I have to stay in here anyways.
Like that he is being assisted by a court interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, can we have your name for the record?
Takuya Kawamoto.
Okay, you have a card you can leave us when you leave? You have a business card you can give to us? No. Okay. Can you spell that for us? Can you spell it?
P-A-K-U-Y-A. That's first name. And last name is I-W-A-M-O-P-O.
Okay. And so we're going to swear you in first. So if you could raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Sir, which language are you interpreting?
Japanese.
Japanese? You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the defendant/plaintiff to the best of your ability, so help you God.
That's to the witness. Okay. All right, and sir, and now we're going to swear him in. If you could ask him to please raise his right hand.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Wait a minute, Cindy, did you say that the jury was asking the son a question? Because if he was, then I need to go back. I need to go back to yesterday and find out what the question was. But I'll wait for you to answer me before I do it. I guess I flipped too quick. Boy, there's never anything quick about me, but dang, I was quick to jump to the next one. Because if they asked a question, then I'll go back so we can hear it. I'll go check on my food real quick. Oh, okay. Well, then we'll keep going. Wait, let me go back. Let me go back. Why is this table so off? It's like moving. Let me go back because I'm not going to be okay until I find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
Your dad was going to move in.
With Debbie, you spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury. You can sleep on your chair. No,
Hey, son! There's an active shooter at the University of Iowa. I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh, I can't hear anything because they aren't talking. I'm seeing what's going on. They're muted. The volumes are all up. Oh, wait, we were...
Could ask him to please raise his right hand. Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Matao, first name, Yoshida, last name. First name, M-A-S-A-O, last name, Y-O-S-H-I-D-A.
Hey, can you just... All right. And Mr. Tiller, if you could make sure you guys can scoot up so he speaks right into that red light. Okay. State whenever we're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, if you can just speak right into that light right there, that microphone, that's the one that we'll be able to hear you with, okay?
ここに向かって話してください。ここに向かって話すと皆さんに聞こえますよ。
わかりました。
How old are you, sir?
何歳ですか？
はい。
何歳ですか？
今年78歳です。
78?
78 years old. Okay. And where do you reside? Do you reside at 2698 Paladura Drive?
現在住まれているところは2867のパラドラドライブですか？
はい、その通りです。
Yes. Who do you live there with?
どなたと一緒に住まれてますか？
ヨコさんと一緒に住んでます。
I live with Yoko.
And who is Yoko to you?
ヨコさんはあなたにとってどういう関係ですか？
ボーイフレンド、ガールフレンドだと思います。
Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
So Yoko is your girlfriend?
Yes.
ヨコさんは、
はい。
Yes.
How long have you known Yoko?
ヨコさんはどのくらい知られてますか
？26、7年ですね。
About 26 and 27 years.
How long have you been in a relationship with Yoko?
ヨコさんとそういう関係
10年ぐらいじゃないですか。10年ちょっと前。
About 10 years.
And when you've been in a relationship with Yoko, have you always lived with her at the 2698 Paladura address?
ヨコさんとそういう関係になって今の住所にずっと一緒に住まれてますか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's correct.
Turning your attention then to August 6th of 2023.
8月6日の2023年の時についてくれ
Who were you living with at that address?
その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？
ヨコさんと住んでました。
With Yoko.
Was anyone else living at the house at that time?
その時にヨコさん以外にどなたかと住んでましたか
？John.
With John.
And who was John?
ジョンさんって誰ですか？ジョンさんって誰ですか？
ヨコさんの息子です。
He's the son of Yoko.
Now, did John stay in a downstairs living room that became a bedroom?
ジョンさんは1階のリビングルームを自分のベッドルームにして使っていましたか？
そうですね。1階のリビングルームに住んでましたね、彼は。
And did you and Yoko share a bedroom then upstairs of the home?
そしてヨコさんは2階の。
2階の。
That's correct.
Okay. So on August 6th of 2023, were you aware of a person named Nikki?
この8月3日2023年に、ニッキーという人を知ってましたか？
知らないです。8
月6日、そのニッキーという人をその時に知ってましたか？2023年。
知ってました。
Yes.
And who was Nikki?
ニッキーという方はどういう関係方なんですか？
全く何もないです。
I don't know.
ヨコさんの息子のガールフレンドだと思ってました。
The only thing I know is that she's
じゃあワイフかな？わからないです。
I don't know quite well, but I assume that she's the girlfriend of the Yoko's son.
Of John.
John, or wife.
Okay. They had children together, correct?
子供さんがおられましたよね。
はい。
Yes.
2 girls?
2人の子供。2 girls, yes.
And then John had an older son not with Nikki, correct?
ジョンさんは、年の上の子供がおられましたか？その2人以外に。
もう一人、最初の奥さんと、いましたね。デビエラという子で。
デビエラ、probably that the son or children of her former marriage.
Okay, so John's former marriage, he had a son.
ジョンさんの最初の結婚の時の子供さんがおられたんですか？
どっかカリフォルニアの方から来て、住みたい、ジョンが住みたいと言ったんで、ヨコさんに聞いて、OK、いいですよと、私はそれで答えました。前にね。 それだけです。
ジョンさんからこれに出てきて、
陽子さんからそれを聞きました。
Can I ask him again? Question.
So did John have a son not with Nikki, with somebody else?
ジョンさんがニッキーさんとの間の子供じゃなくて、他の方との子供だったんですか？
最初の、奥さんがいたみたいですね。別れた、離婚したみたいですけど、それは陽子さんから聞きました。
He heard from Yoko that John has a previous marriage, and then that's what he's heard from Yoko.
John had an older son named Devyn, correct?
デビエラという方がおられたんですか？
そうですね。
That's correct.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 6th, 2023, did you see Nikki at that house at 2698 Paladura?
8月6日2023年にそのニッキーさんとそのこれお家にいて会ったんですね。
全く見てないです。8月その当日ね。
I didn't see her on the date of the August 6th.
Did you see her vehicle?
車は見ましたか、その日に？
犬を散歩連れてったんで、帰ってきたら、車があるなと見ました。
I saw his car. I saw her car.
Her car?
彼女の車ですね。
そうですね。
Yes.
Nikki's car.
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうです。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうです。
Yes.
And then, on that evening, eventually you go to sleep, correct?
夜、ベッドに疲れて休まれたんだと思いますけども、
もう散歩から帰ってきて2階に行ってテレビ見てもう10時には寝ました。
After I took a walk with the two dogs and came back home and I went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
Whose dogs were they?
その犬はどなたのものですか？
いや、ジョンのです。
Belongs to John.
So then you went to sleep on the night of August 6th, 2023. On the morning of August 7th, 2023, did Yoko come and talk to you about something?
で翌日の8月7日に、陽子さんがその岡田さんにその話を持って来られたんですか？話が。
私はまだ寝てたんですけど、陽子さんが私を起こしに来て、下に来てくれと。
Yes, she came. He was sleeping, but she came and then woke him up and asked him to go downstairs.
And did you and Yoko ultimately call 911?
その時下に降りて、最後に911 911を電話されたんですか？
そうですね。これはもう死んでるって思ってで911しましたね。
I called 911 because I assumed that he's dead.
And when you say he, do you mean John?
ジョンさんが死んでると思ったんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
And did the police eventually come to the house?
で、警察がうちに来たんですね。それ電話して警察が来たんですか？
それでいろんな人がたくさん警察の人がたくさん来ましたね。
You're right, Cindy. It's terrible. There was a really bad shooting at the University of Iowa, I think in '89. I lived out in Iowa City. I had Amy at Iowa City. I swear, actually, where I had all my neck surgeries. It's a big place.
Quite a few policemen came.
What time did you see Nikki's car?
何時に
The day before.
8月6日にニッキさん
降りてきて、これは大変だと。8時20分か30分、ちょっとその辺ですよね。
On August 6th of 2023, the day before, when did you see Nikki's car?
8月6日だからに、いつ頃そのニッキーさんの車を見ましたか？
朝は見なかったですね。だから
8月6日
彼女は10時ぐらい来たんじゃないですか？ 6日っていうのは事件の日ですか、夜ですか？
You're asking August 6th, right?
Yes, what time?
だから事件の日です。
事件の夜ですか？
何時に彼女の車を見たんですか？
8時ぐらいじゃないですか、夜の。
8 p.m. around 8 p.m.
Did you see Devier that night?
デビエラさんをその、時見たんですか？
デビエラは見てないです。
I didn't see her.
Did you see Devier the next morning when you woke up?
そして翌日朝目が覚めてこの彼女を見たんですね。デビエラを。
デビエラは見てないです。
No, I didn't see her.
ヒムですね、デビエラは。
デビエラ、him. I didn't see him.
Days later, after the police came, did you notice that there was a knife missing from your kitchen?
ポリスが来た後に、そのキッチンからあなたのナイフがなくなったのに気がつきましたか？
誰が？
あなたが。
ジョンは？
Let me clarify the question. You ask him whether he noticed that his knife was.
Yes.
Okay, あなたのナイフです。
ワイフ。
いや、あなたのナイフ。
ナイフ。
ナイフ。ナイフ、ブッチャーナイフがなくなったの
To cut food.
そう、ナイフ。
ジョンたちはあんまり餌あげないんで、私がいつも大体犬の餌を作ってあげてたんです。その時に使うのが、チャイニーズのブッチャーナイフっていうので、細かくしてチキンをあげてたんで、それが前の夜使ってたのは、朝そこに手ら乾かしてるところにナイフ。
I was using a butcher knife to prepare the food for the dogs and do it every day. But the next day, so he used that knife the night. But next day, he realized that the knife was gone.
Okay. Did you ever find that knife?
その後、ナイフは見つかりましたか？
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. In the years that you had lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
In the years that he lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
ヨコさんと住み始めて、でそのデビエラはその頻繁にうちに来ましたか？
いや、いなかったですよ。そして何年前からで覚えてないんですけど、ジョンがこっちに来てラスベガスに来たいと、それでOK って言っただけです。それ以外はもう何も知らないですね。
Deviera didn't come, and only John asked Yoko he want to come back to Vegas. That's the only thing he knows.
Okay, but you do recall during some time that Devier lived in the house with you and your girlfriend.
その時、彼とから彼女がね、一緒に住んでたということは知ってましたか？デビエラとが一緒になんか住んでた。
知らないですね。
I don't know.
You don't remember, or you?
思い出せないのか知らないのかどっちですか？
知らないです。
I don't know.
So, from what I'm hearing is that house that him and his girlfriend live in is very chaotic. Very, very chaotic. Sorry, someone's at my door. All right, we'll continue.
On the weekend, and if I told you that August 6th was a Sunday, the weekend before all these things happened was Jonathon moving out.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. August 6th, August 7th was Jonathon moving out.
この8月6日この週末にジョンがムーブアウトしたんですか？ You is your question move out?
Yes, I'll just make it real simple. Was Jonathan moving out of the house?
そのジョナサンさんはもう家から出てったんですか？
引っ越すというんで、そう、引っ越すという話だけは聞いてました。だから、私はもう2階に行っちゃってたんで、もう何もわかんない。
I've heard only he was moving out. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. During the time that you were living with Jonathan, did you have an issue that the money that you gave Jonathan, he was just buying alcohol?
ジョンと一緒に住んでる時に、なんかいろいろ問題とか起きたり、あるいは彼がお金がいる時に貸したりしましたか？
私にはないです。
I never did that.
You never gave Jonathan money?
ジョンにお金を貸したりしたってことはないですね。
ないです。
Never.
And you were never part of a discussion that he was just spending that money on alcohol? And maybe I'm just, were you ever part of a discussion where Jonathan was taking money and spending it on alcohol?
そうなんかこう話の中で彼が、お金を、使ってアルコールを買ってるとかそんな話聞いたことありますか？
全くそういうの私は知らないですね。
I didn't know anything.
Okay. Was there discussions in the days before that weekend Jonathan was moving out?
この週末の前にジョナサンはもう出てったんですか？
いや、出てってないですね。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
終わりました。
You want to stay here for...
Well, that was a complete waste of time. Cindy, are you still here? Because if people are going to leave, I'm just going to stop for the day. I don't want to be here all by myself.
Yoko Willette.
Oh, Yoko's next. Yoko. Yes, Cindy, whenever you decide you are going to leave, just let me know. Because I think Kathy may have taken a nap. She did something. She's tired.
I'm going to ask you to remain standing. Can you let her know that she's going to swallow?
And just for the record, we are going to swear in Mr. Interpreter again because she is being assisted by the court interpreter. So we swear in the interpreter.
You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the victim to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
She's the witness.
I got this.
To the witness.
Witness, excuse me. Okay, I apologize.
And then now, ma'am, we'll swear you in. And you
Yes.
raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth,
真実だけいうことを誓いますか？
Right.
the whole truth, and nothing but
す
the
べて
truth,
すべて真実だ。
so help you God.
Right.
大丈夫ですか？ Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. And if you would please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
名前を全部言っていただいて、そしてスペルを申し上げてください。
Mr. Interpreter, do you need to move those chairs? So we actually need you sitting
Okay.
next to the microphone because we need.
I'm here too.
So if you want to have a seat, I know you have to stay and then.
I forgot today's Friday. She's going live, huh? Or is she going to go live today?
名前、
これに私
の言うの。はい。
名前
State her name and spell it for us.
名前を全部言ってください。はい。
Yoko
That last witness.
Willette.
No, I don't need to go anywhere. I just didn't know if you were here. I didn't
YOKO
want to be here talking to myself.
WILLETTE.
But they said that their house is very chaotic.
Yoko, you and I have met many times
You cut
before,
potato.
correct?
今まで何度か会いましたね。
はい。
That's correct.
And you have always spoken in English to me when we've spoken, correct?
話すとき常に英語で話していただきましたね。
はい。
Yes.
you asked to have the interpreter present today, so everything was very clear for you. Is that right?
今回は通訳がついてますんで、すべてのことについて明快になりますね。
はい。
That's correct.
So because we have an interpreter, you may understand my question, but you have to wait until he interprets and answer in Japanese, okay?
彼から聞かれた質問は分かると思いますけども、日本語で答えて、私がそれに対して英語で話しますので、そういう順序で進めていきたいと思います。
はい。
Did you live at 2698 Paladura for a very long time?
2366のパラレルに長い間住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How long did you have that house?
どのくらいですか
？29年。
29 years.
Right is yes.
Did you live there with your sons?
子供さんと一緒にそこに住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How many sons do you have?
何人子供さんがありますか？2.
And what are their names?
名前は何ですか？
ジョナサン・ウィレット、ジョナサンとケネス・ウィレット。
Jonathon Willette and Kenneth Willette.
Okay. Are Jonathan and Kenneth's father the same person?
父親は同じ父親ですか？ Yes.
Is that person here today?
今日その父親来られてますか？
わかんない。朝ほど来てますけど。
Yes.
Is he sitting in the front row up here?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct.
When did you and Dad split up?
何年前にお別れになりましたか
？2012年。2012年。
2012.
Okay. And did you stay living in the Paladura home?
その後もずっとこのところに住まれたんですか？ That's correct.
Did your son stay with you for some period of time?
子供さんが何年間か一緒に住まれてましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
And did Kenneth move out sometime after high school?
ケネスは高校出て。That's correct.
Did Jonathan move in and out of your home for a period of time?
ジョナさんはそのうちに来たり出てったり出て行ってそういう方です。That's correct.
And how old was Jonathan when he died?
亡くなった時の年は何歳ですか
？46歳。
46 years old.
How many children did Jonathan have?
ジョナサン何年子供ですか？ 3 children.
Yoko, don't forget to wait until he interprets. What were his children's names?
その子供さんの名前は何ですか？
はい。一番最初デビエラ。
First is Deviela.
で2番目がタマヤ。
Second is Tamaya. 3番目が
ジャネヤ。
Third is Janea.
Who is Devier's mom?
デビエラのお母さんは誰ですか？
アメンティア。
Amentia.
When did John and Amenthea split or separate?
アメンティアさんとデビエラさんがスプリットしたのはいつですか？
Only if you know.
もし知ってればいつ何年スプリットしたか？
もう20年ぐらい前だからよく覚えてない。
About 20 years ago.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when Devier lived with John in your home?
デビエラもそのあなたの家で何回か一緒に住んだことがあるんですか？
ちっちゃい頃ね。
When he was small.
Okay. Did he move back in when he was a little bit older in between California trips?
カリフォルニアとの間でちょっと年取ったら行ったり来たりしてたんですか？ That's correct.
And did he work with John for that period of time?
その間ジョンに限られた期間働いてたんですか？ That's correct.
Who is the mother of Tamea and Janea?
じゃあメイとタネヤのお母さんは誰ですか？
ニッキー。
ニッキー。
Did Nikki ever live with you at the Paladura home?
ニッキーはパラデラの方に住んだことありますか？ No.
Do you know when John and Nikki split?
ジョンとそれからニッキーがスプリット別れたのはいつですか？
いつか覚えてないけど、はい。
別れた
ことは知ってます。
Yes, they separated.
Do you know when?
When?
If you don't, that's okay.
あんまりよく覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
でも子供が2、3歳の頃、タマヤが2、3歳の頃。
They separated when the Tamaya was 2 years old.
Okay.
About 2 years old.
After they separated, did John move back in with you at Paladura?
その後、ジョンがそのパラダに戻ってきたと。That's correct.
Did there come a point in time when you learned that Nikki lost custody of the girls?
その後、ニッキーがその子供の親権を失ったということを知ったんです。That's correct.
And at that time, did John get full custody of the girls?
その時にジョンが全親権を得たということですね。Yes.
As a result, did the girls move into the Paladura home?
その結果、その女の子たちがそのパラデラホームに戻ってきたということですね。That's correct.
Do you know about what years they lived in your home or how long the girls lived in your home?
その子供たちが戻ってきた年と、その後どのくらい一緒に住んだかという時間がわかりますか？
2022年の11月か12月頃から2023年の5月まで。
They lived together from November 2022 to May 2023.
Okay. While the girls were living with you and John, do you know where Nikki was living?
その女の子たちがあなたと一緒に住んでる間、ニッキーはどこに住んでましたか？
ニッキーの家、自分の家、彼女の。
Her own house.
Do you know the street or the address or anything?
住所は知ってますか？
今は知ってますけど、その時は知らなかった。
I know now, but at that time I didn't know.
Okay. Do you know who Nikki was living with?
その時ニッキーが誰と住んでたか？
知りませんでした。
I don't know.
Okay. When the girls lived with you, did they have their own rooms?
その子供が住んでる時は彼女たちの自分たちの部屋がありましたか？
ありました。
Yes.
Where did they sleep?
どこで休んでました？
うちの2階に部屋がありました。
Upstairs.
And where did John sleep?
下。
でジョンはdownstairs.
Did you observe John with the girls on many occasions?
どういうオブザー？
Did you observe John interact with his girls on many occasions?
その時にジョンが子供たちといろいろこう話し合ったり子供そういうの
ありました。
Yes.
Did they have a loving relationship?
その親と子供それは愛情を持った関係でしたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John cook for them?
ジョンが彼らに料理を作ったり、Yes.
Kept them clean and safe?
そして彼らの部屋をきれいにしたり、
そうですね。
That's correct.
And at some point in time in the summer of 2023, or May, did the girls go stay with Nikki?
2023年の夏にこの子供たちがニッキーと一緒に
はい。学校終わってからちょっと行ってました。
After the school.
After school in 2023.
Yes.
So for the summer?
夏ですね。夏の休みです。
旅行行ってました。
Okay. So when the girls, after the girls left, did at some point you learn that John was going to move out of your home?
その彼女たちがいなくなって、そしてその後ジョンが自分の家から出て行ったことを知りましたか？ Yes.
Did that discussion go on for an extended period of time?
その議論は続いてますか？ Yes.
Do you know where he intended to move?
どこに移りたいっていう希望してたんですか？
知ってます。ニッキーの家。
Move to Nikki's house.
Okay. Where the girls were.
そこに子供たちがいたからですか？ Yes.
I should have asked this, I apologize. While the girls were still living with you, did Nikki have supervised visitation every week?
子供さんが一緒に住んでる時にニッキーが来た時はそのスーパーバイズ、監視されて来たということを知ってましたか？
ジョンが見てましたよね。はい。
When she came, John was with her.
Understood. So did Nikki come to your house many times while the girls lived with you?
子供さんが住んでる時にニッキーはかなり頻繁に来てましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you know that Nikki and Devier were married?
その時ニッキーと息子がビエレと結婚したの知ってましたか？
その時は知ってました。
Yes, I knew at that time.
Okay. I now want to focus on August 6th of 2023.
で、8月6日のニュースについて、焦点を合わせていきます。
You understand that's the day before you found John.
そのジョンを見つける前の日のことも知ってますね。Yes.
Tell me about that day, what you remember.
覚えてることを言ってください。
はい。6時頃、ジョンは一人でパッキングしてました。
Around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., he was packing by himself.
Did John have a truck?
トラック持ってましたか？ Yes.
Did John have a moving trailer attached to that truck?
それにトレーラーがついてましたか？ Yes.
Did John have one set of keys for that truck?
そのトラックは一つのキーしかなかったんですか？ワンセットのトラック。
私は一つしか知らないけど、スペアがあったかどうかは知りません。
As far as I know, he has one key, but that's
でもスペアあったかどうか知らない。
I don't know whether he has a spare key or not.
Did John carry a wallet normally?
彼は常に財布というものを That's correct.
And you said he was packing his truck alone?
彼が一人でそのパッケージしてたんですか？ That's correct.
Around 6 p.m.?
6時頃ですね。Yes.
で、8時頃ニッキーが来ました。
And around 8 o'clock, Nikki came.
Did Nikki come in her own vehicle?
彼女の車で来たんですか？ That's correct.
What type of vehicle was that?
どのような車でしたか？
Is it a small car or an SUV or a truck?
私はその時見てないから知らないけど、後でニッキーの車はバンみたいな車だっていうのは今は知ってます。
I didn't see the car at that time, so I didn't know what type of car he was driving, but she was driving. But now I know she was driving a van.
Thank you for clarifying. We don't want to hear anything you learned after. I want to know what you knew at the time.
今のことだけ聞いて、後から知ったことを言わないでくださいって。
So did you know she came in her own car because John was there?
彼女の車で、来たのはジョンがそこにいたからですか？はい。Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see the car.
で車は見なかったんですね。No.
Okay. What did they do after Nikki arrived?
ニッキーが来た後、彼らはどういう行動を取りましたか
？8時頃に2人で出てきました。
Around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they both went out.
They both left?
Both left.
Do you know which vehicle they left in?
その時、どちらの車で？
トラック。
By truck.
Okay. While John and Nikki were at your home, do you know who was with the girls?
ジョンとニッキーがそこのうちにいるときに誰がその子供さんたちと一緒にいたんですか？
その時知りません。
I didn't know.
Okay. But the girls are not with them.
でも子供さんたちは一緒にいなかった。
いなかった。
Do you remember what time John and Nikki came back to you?
帰ってきたのは何時頃ですか
？10時頃。
Around 10 o'clock.
Were the girls with them that time?
その時子供たちはい
ません。いない。一緒にいない。
They were not with the girls.
You were still awake when Nikki and John got there at 10?
10時に帰ってくる時にまだ起きてましたか？ Yes, I woke.
Did you interact with John?
その時ジョンと会いましたか？
会いました。
Yes.
How did he seem to you?
その時彼の状況はどうでしたか？
普通。
Normal.
What was he doing?
彼は何をしてたんですか？
マイクロウェーブの前でなんか料理してました。
He was cooking in front of the microwave.
Where was Nikki?
その時ニッキーはどうだったんですか？
ジョンの部屋にいたと思います。一緒にはいなかった。ジョンの部屋にいた。
I thought that she was John's room.
And is that the lower room where you found John?
Yes.
After 10 p.m., do you go to bed?
10時以降ベッドに来ましたか？
ベッドってか2階に行きました。
Yes, I went upstairs.
Did you go to sleep or did you stay awake upstairs?
その時休みましたか？それとも起きてましたか？
起きてました。
I was awake.
Did you stay awake for several hours?
その後数時間起きてましたか？ That's correct.
Around 1 a.m., did you go back downstairs?
1時頃、午前1時頃下に置いたんですね。That's correct.
Okay. So you stayed awake between 10 and 1.
10時から1時の間起きてたんですね。That's correct.
During that time, did you hear any yelling or arguing or fighting
その
downstairs?
間に大きなこの喧嘩してるとか、そういう音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
I didn't hear.
Did you hear any gunshots?
その鉄砲の No.
Anything out of the ordinary between 10 and 1?
通常以外のなんか音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
No.
What did you do at 1 a.m.?
で1時に何をしましたか？
ベッドのサイドの時計見て、もういないと思ったから下に降りました。
When I saw the 1 a.m. at the clock, I assumed they're gone. Nobody downstairs, so I went down.
Did you expect John to be gone from the home?
その時にもジョンが出てると思ったんです。Yes.
Why did you expect that?
なぜそれを予期したんですか
10時に帰ってきた時にちょっと休んでまた出かけるって言ってたから。
He said when he came back around 10 o'clock, he mentioned to her that he will get out after the short break.
He go out.
He will go out. He will go out. When he came back 10 o'clock, he told her that he will have a short rest and then go out.
And go where?
どこに行くかって
ニッキーの家。
Go to the Nikki's house.
Do you know why?
なぜかわかりましたか？
まだ荷物が残ってたから、それをまたもうちょっと持ってくって。
He said that some his belongings left, so he tried to pick up.
Okay. And he had a bunch of belongings still in the room downstairs,
そ
correct?
の下の部屋にたくさんの彼女のカードがそれがたくさん残ってます。
まだ残ってます。
Yes.
When you go down at 1 a.m., what happened?
その時何が起きたんですか？1時に戻られて。
私はキッチンの方に行ったら、ニッキーが部屋から出てきて、ニッキーと会いました。
When she went to the kitchen, she encountered Nikki coming to the kitchen.
And how did Nikki appear to you?
どのように見ましたか、ニッキーがその時。
なんかびっくりしたような感じ。
She was she feels that she was surprised.
Surprised to see you?
That's correct.
Did you observe anything weird about Nikki at that point? Did she have any blood on her or
その時
anything
に
else?
彼が血がついてるとか何かこう様子が分からなかったんですね。
何にも変わってない。
That's normal. I didn't see anything.
So she appeared startled or surprised to see you?
その時から何か見て驚いたんですね。That's correct.
And what happened when you ran into her?
Maybe it won't.
What happened next?
その後何が起きたんですか？
彼女は向こうの部屋からステーキの残りとかお皿持ってきて、で私が洗ってあげた。
She brought a couple of dishes, still some food left, and then brought to the kitchen, and she washed me.
She washed who?
Yoko washed.
Yoko-san washed. Okay. When Nikki brought the dishes, was she bringing them from John's room?
ジョンの部屋から持ってきたんですね。That's correct.
Could you see if the light was on in John's room?
その時彼の部屋はライトがついてましたか？ That's correct.
So the light was on?
ライトがついてましたか？ Yes.
Did you talk to Nikki about what John was doing or where he was?
その時にニッキーにジョンはどうしてるんだって聞きましたか？
私は聞かないけど、ニッキーが飲み始めちゃったんで寝てるって言いました。
Yoko-san didn't ask her, but Nikki voluntarily told her that John started drinking, and then went to the bed.
Okay. So you did not ask her about John. She volunteered that John was drunk and went to
だ
bed.
からあなたが彼女が言ったんです。Yes, she voluntarily told her.
Was John a drinker?
ジョンは飲むんですか？
時々飲みます。
Sometimes.
And he drank, when he drank a lot.
飲む時はたくさん飲むんですか？
たくさんがどんなかわからないけど、普通にビール飲んでましたね。
I don't know how much is but it's normal. I think it's a normal occasional drinker.
Okay, but it wasn't surprising to you that it wasn't weird that John was drinking or she claimed John was drinking. Is that fair?
彼が飲んでる間にニッキーがその部屋をクリーニングしてるそういうものを作ってるのはなんか変だと思いませんでしたか？I didn't think so.
So not really strange to you then.
その時も別におかしくなかったんですね。No.
So you saw the lights were on in John's room. Did you hear anything coming from the room?
その部屋に電気がついてましたけど、そこから何か音とか聞こえましたか？ No.
How long did this interaction with Nikki last?
ニッキーとのそういう遭遇はどのくらい続きましたか？
多分15分ぐらい。
About 15 minutes.
Did Nikki go back and forth between the room during that 15 minutes?
15分の間に部屋から出たり入ったりしましたか？
お皿2回ぐらい持ってきた。
She brought dishes twice.
And did the lights in that room remain on the whole time?
その間ずっと部屋の電気がついてましたか？Yes.
After that 15 minutes or so, did you go back upstairs?
15分終わってその後2階に上がりましたか？ That's correct.
Did you leave Nikki behind with John?
ニッキーを残してちょっと一緒に行って上に上がりました。That's correct.
Was there anyone else in the home other than you, Yoshida, Nikki, and John?
その4人以外に部屋にいた人いましたか？
いません。
No.
What happened when you went back upstairs?
その2階に上がってその後何が起きましたか？
何が起きたって本読んでて、本読んだり YouTube 見てたりしてました。
When I went upstairs, I was watching YouTube and reading the books.
After you went back upstairs, did you hear a noise from downstairs?
2階に上がって何か音が聞こえましたか？
聞きません。
No.
No noise?
音がしなかったんですか？何も。
でその時はしません。
At that time, no.
At some time, did you hear noise later?
その後音聞きましたか？
ちょっと1時15分頃2階に行って、でそれから寝たんですけど、多分2時頃だと思うけど、よくわかんないけど、犬が庭で鳴いてるのと、なんかドスンと音聞きました。
Around 2 a.m.
と思うけど。
He assumed around 2 a.m.
She assumes?
1:15.
アフター1時15分に上がった後寝たんだけど、その後寝てる時に音が聞こえた。大きな
1:15, she went to the bed, and then around 2 o'clock while she was sleeping, she got some noise. One of them, when the dogs were embarking in the garden, and then other strange noise was heard.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So after 1:15, you're sitting in bed, you're looking at videos or something.
1時15分の後は寝てた。
Around 1:15, she went to bed and then sleep.
Okay, so are you saying at 2 o'clock you got woken up by a noise?
2時頃だと思うんだけど、わかんないけど、寝てる時になんか聞こえた。
While she was sleeping, around 2 o'clock, she's not sure, but around 2 o'clock, she's heard some noise.
What type of noise did you hear at
その時の音は何ですか？
ドスンと。結構大きなドスンと。なんか物が落ちたみたいな。
Something like something dropped from the like a shelf, some strange noise.
Okay, was it like a bang?
バンみたいな、そういう。
Something like that.
Okay. You said you heard the dogs too.
犬の聞こえも聞こえたんです。Yes.
And the interpreter used the word garden. Does that mean backyard?
Backyard.
そうそう、
Yes,
バックヤード。
Okay. Did John have dogs?
ジョンは犬を持ってたんですか？ Yes.
How many dogs did he
何
have?
匹いたんですか？
その時、子犬が生まれたばっかだったんで、大きい犬2匹と成犬ね、それとパピが2匹。
So 2 adult dogs and 2 puppies, altogether 4.
Were they John's dogs?
それはジョンの。Yes.
Where did they normally sleep?
それからこの犬が普通はどこで？
ジョンの部屋。
In the John's room.
Is it normal or was it normal for the dogs to be outside in the middle of the night?
その夜中にこの犬が外に出てるというのはちょっとおかしい。
不思議です。
It's not normal.
Okay, so when you heard the dogs barking in the garden or the backyard, that was different than normal.
犬がだからバックヤードで吠えてるというのはノーマルじゃないわけですね。
ノーマルじゃない。
It's not normal.
Okay. When you heard the noise and the dogs barking, did you go downstairs or just go back to sleep?
それが聞いた後何が起きたかと思って
寝ちゃった。
went back to sleep.
What time did you wake up in the morning?
で朝何時だった？
8時。
8 o'clock. Wake up.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
What did you do when you woke up?
起きて何されたんですか？
下に。
Went downstairs. Kitchen.
Describe what happened next.
その後何が起きたんですか
階段降りてきたらジョンのトラックが見えたんです。だからあれおかしいなと思って。
When I was using stairs going down, I saw the John's truck through the window, and I felt something strange.
Did you expect John's truck to be gone?
その時はもうジョンはいないと思ってたんですね。That's correct.
What did you do next?
その後何をされましたか？
ジョンに電話しました。
She called John.
And did he answer?
答えましたか？ No.
What did you do next?
その後何しましたか？
コーヒー作ってまた2階に上がりました。
She prepared coffee and then went upstairs again.
You didn't look in John's room at that time?
ジョンの部屋に行かなかったんですね、その時は。
その時は行ってない。
Didn't go John's room at that time.
After you went upstairs, did you come back down?
また電話して、またもう一回電話して、また降りてきました。でもおかしいなと思って下降りた。
She called him again and no answer, so she feels strange and then went downstairs.
What happened then?
その後何しましたか？
ジョンの部屋見たけどいないから、で、また2階行ったのかな？
I looked around the John's room and I couldn't see him, and then 2階行った。Went upstairs again.
Okay. What happened then?
その後は
それで、またちょっとおかしいなと思ってまた降りた。
And then after I went upstairs and I still feel strange, and so she went down again.
Describe what happened next.
それと
そしたら、犬がドギードが出てて、庭にいて、で、それ見たら、椅子が倒れてて、コンピューターの椅子が倒れてて、あとガレージが開いてた、少し。
When he went downstairs, he saw dogs. She saw the dogs still outside. The dog's door was closed, and then also computer's chair was filled out, and garage door half open.
Okay, so let's break that down. Did you go down into John's lower room?
ジョンの部屋に行ったんですね。
And you saw the doggy door was down?
Yes. そうですね。Yes.
There was a computer chair in John's room
ジョンの部屋の
overturned.
コンピューターの椅子が倒れたんですね。That's correct.
And you said the garage was open. So did you go out the garage door?
ガラージはオープンだったん
で、
ですか？
行かない。ガレージの方には行ってない。見えただけ。
I just saw the garage half open, but I didn't go to the garage.
So are you talking about the door from that hallway that leads into the garage?
ホールウェイからガレージに行くドアがオープンした。Yes.
That was partially open?
それは開いてました。
Could you see through and see the big garage door?
ガレージが全部見えたんです。She could see entire garage.
Was the big garage door open too?
大きなガレージドアがオープンだった。そう、That's correct.
Did John normally have a lot of tools in the garage?
ジョンはガレージにたくさんの工具を持ってるんですね。That's correct.
A lot of power tools?
パワーツールとかいろいろ持ってるんですね。
よく知らないであると思います。
I think so.
Did you return back from the hallway into John's room?
それからジョンの部屋に行ったんです。
ガレージからジョンの部屋入れるかって聞いたから入れます。
Yes, can go to the John's room.
Did you lift the chair up that was down?
その時倒れてた椅子を起こしたんですか？ Yes.
And then what did you do?
で、ジョンのベッドもしかして寝てるかと思って、毛布でこう全部ラップされてたんです。それからちょっと開けたら足が見えたの。
I went to his bedroom and he was wrapped by the blanket. And then, but she could see that the part of she just opened the blanket and then could see that the part of the feet.
The feet. Okay, what did you do next?
その後どうしました？
で、ベッドの方をちょっとこう頭の方に動こうとしたら、動いたらたくさんの血を見たんで、すぐ部屋の方に行って、
She tried to move the other side of the bed, showing a head side, and then before that she saw many bloods.
Many blood?
Many bloods, and then so she went back upstairs and then called 911.
Okay. All right. And Judge, we would move for the admission of one. I'll find a plate. Okay.
One will be a minute.
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
911電話した後に警察が来ましたか Yes.
And did they interview you?
そして彼はインタビューしました Yes.
And did they search the house for a long, several hours?
そしてうちをずっとサーチ何時間もしましたか Yes.
A couple of days later, did you notice a large knife missing from your kitchen?
そして2、3日後にキッチンから大きなナイフがなくなってきましたか Yes.
All right. Thank you, Yoko. I'll pass the witness.
Yes.
この人に質問する
Is Your Honor intending on taking a break about 15 minutes, sir? Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
おはようございます
My name is Robert Draskovich. That's my partner, Michael Horvath.
ロバートさんとパートナーのマイクです
We have never spoken, have we?
今まで話したことないですねでは
Just to clarify a couple of things.
ちょっといろんなことを明確にしたいんですけども
The girls left your house and went and lived with Nikki, as you know her, in May.
だから離れてそれでニッキと住んでたと
Correct.
そうですね Yes.
You said it was at the end of school.
学校終わってから
学校ですね After the school
If I told you that was May 27th of
5月
2023, do you have any
27
reason to disagree with me?
5月27日
日にちは覚えてないけど学校が終わってから
You don't remember the actual date, but after school.
This whole summer, before these events, though, the girls were living with Nikki.
その夏までずっとニッキーと住んでたんですね That's correct.
John had been living with you for a long time,
ジョンは長い間一緒に住んでたんですか That's correct.
and it was understood he was moving out August 1st, or August 7th, I'm sorry.
8月1日かなんかに
7日8月7日に動くって知ってました
Yeah, yes, I do.
There had been many discussions that Jonathan was moving out in the weeks or even months leading up to
彼女が
this.
彼を取るのにいろんなディスカッションとかあったんですか
誰とジョンと私とまあ動くって聞きました
I've just heard that he was moving out.
Okay. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but as part of this investigation, you're aware that the police took your phone to analyze its contents.
いつも間にそのチェックした間に警察がヨコさんの携帯を取っていろいろ分析してたというのを知ってました知らないI didn't know.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
I'm sorry.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
でテキストを
Sorry.
私の電話を全部チェックして私のテキストを見てたっていうの知ってましたかって言ったら知らないよ
I didn't know.
And just as another preliminary matter, Devier lived with you for about 2 to 3 years, correct?
ビビエラは2、3年一緒にいたと。
2、3年トータルで
Is that a total or
When he was 21 on
1年ぐらいじゃない
about 1 year?
I think 1, 2,
So if he had said if he had said 2 to 3 years, would you have any reason to disagree?
3 years はいなかったと思う
I don't think that she has been 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. On August 6th of 2023, you were aware Jonathan was moving out, correct? You
そ
saw
の間に
him.
出てたのは知ってるんです
He
ね
and Nick
Yes.
moving things. And they had actually been in your home the day before, August 5th, moving things, correct?
8月5日に来たんですか
8月5日に何をした
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes. Not only on August 6th were they moving things, but they were actually at your house August 5th, moving things.
8月5日に I don't remember.
Okay. They could have been. Is it possible you just don't remember right now?
まあ、
それは知らない
I don't
覚えてない
Okay. You don't recall them being there very late on August 5th?
夜遅く来たのは覚えてませんか彼が8月5日。
なんか2個来たような気がする
It might be so.
Okay. After you find Jonathan, call the police and the police come to your home, correct?
ジョナサンが電話して、警察が来ましたね。
意味がよくわかんないジョンを見つけたとき警察が来た
そうですね。
はい
Yes, that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, is that it? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, she's agreeing. And you gave a pretty long interview with Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
ディテクティブの小沢さんと皆さんと長い間調査があったと話したい。Yes.
The interview began, and let me ask you this, the interview was recorded, wasn't it?
そのインタビューは録音されたんですか That's correct.
And they asked you questions.
いろんな質問されましたね。Yes.
And you agree with me that when they're asking you questions, you wanted to give them the best information as possible, correct?
I'm sorry.
During this interview, you wanted to give them the best information
その
possible.
時に質問されたのとの正直です。That's correct.
You're as truthful as possible.
非常に真実を語ったんです。That's correct.
And you're as detailed as possible.
でいろんな詳細について覚えて書いてYes.
Obviously, the events that you talked to them about are fresh in your mind, correct?
その人と話したことは覚えてフレッシュに覚えてますね。
And you'd agree with me that your recollection of events would be far better then than it is now, well, 2 years after these events.
その時の方がもっとよく覚えてるわけですね。今2年後だから。
それはそうだけどよく覚えてます
Still, I remember pretty well.
Absolutely. And today you testified, I mean, don't hold me to this, Your Honor, but maybe 40 minutes so far? Correct?
40分間証言してる。
そんな知ってます
Give or take, I mean, we're all here. But this interview that you had began at 10:43 and ended at 11:28. Fair to say?
10時43分に始まって11時10分 today?
When they interviewed you.
最初のインタビュー。
The morning of.
だけど今10時10分になってるけど
She said that clock is still 10:10.
Okay, so you're pretty specific on time, aren't you?
もう時間に対しては Yes.
You are very exact when it comes to time, aren't you?
時間については非常にしてる
なぜかというとその日は8時とか10時とか時計見てるから
Because on that day I was frequently watching the clock.
Okay, so again, you're very conscientious of times, correct?
その時は非常に意識が自分の
いつも
That's every day.
Every day.
Not only that day.
Every day.
It's my level of character.
Fair enough. You've been provided a copy of the transcript of your interview, correct?
インタビューのそのトランスクリプト書いたもの全部出されましたね。
意味がわからないので。
インタビューの話した内容を、全部概要を、したがされましたよね。
話はしてますけど、ペーパーは何もないけど。
I didn't see any paper about that.
Okay, but it was provided to you, was my question. The transcript of your interview was provided to you.
その
I'm clarifying.
トランスクリプトの自分が答えた内容について、そのペーパーをもらいました。
もらってないです。
No, I didn't see.
Okay, so it wasn't that. You didn't see it, and I'm trying to clarify, was it given to you and you didn't read it, or was it never given to you?
Never seen.
You testified before a grand jury for this matter, correct?
大審に、Yes, yes.
And that was in September 21st of 2023, correct?
9月21日の23年にしたんですね。
日にち覚えてないけどしました。
Yes, I did, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. If I told you it was that date, would you have any reason to disagree with me? I said, if I told you it was that date, September 21st, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
この日にちょいましたけど、覚えてない理由とかなんか。
日にちは覚えてません。
I don't remember the exact date, but I remember that I was in the grand jury.
Okay. And this, now turning your attention now to the interview, August 7th.
8月7日のそのインタビューについて話しましょう。
It was in English.
英語ですね。Yes.
And you were asked questions by Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
小沢さんと、Yes.
You had told the detective in
So I was trying to get the stew meat out of the water that I had it soaking, the beef. And the pan, I have a flat top stove, and the bowl or the pan slid across the flat top, and I went to try to get it from falling, and the water splashed back and hit me right in the stomach. Oh my God, it hurts so bad. But yeah, as soon as this witness is done, we'll close it up for the day.
that interview, that this sound was dogs barking, and that was at 3 a.m., correct?
その時に、その犬が寝てるの3時だと。
いや、3時って言ってないと思う。2時頃だと思う。でも寝てたから、
I don't think I said at 3 o'clock, but while I was sleeping, so
2時頃だと思う。
I still believe that around 2 o'clock.
3時って言ってないかな。
And ma'am, I'm going to read your statement. Counsel, page 3, line 62. Then last night, like at 3 a.m., I heard a dog barking in the yard, correct?
それに書いてあるんですね。
で、言ったか覚え、それはちょっとわからない。
You said that to the detective the morning of.
でも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
でも、
You're very conscientious at time, and obviously this is close to the next question, correct?
でも寝てたから覚えてない。
I was sleeping.
But you told the detective it was 3 a.m. when you heard the dog barking, and that was unusual, correct?
3時だから一緒に入場
でも3時とは覚えてない。でも寝てる時に聞いたことは確か。
I've heard while I was sleeping.
You would agree with me that through the course of this case, you learned that Nikki left your house at 2:04 a.m., correct?
この中で2時4分に彼女ニッキーが家を出たということを知りましたか？
私は何時に彼女が帰ったか知らない。
I don't know what time she left.
Okay. But at the time, morning after, you said that at 3 a.m. you were woken up and the dogs were barking, fair?
だから
Just read it to you.
今、そう言われても、その日の朝に小沢さんと話したけど、覚えてよくわからない。多分そう言ったかもしれないけど、時間はわからない。
I don't remember 3 o'clock or I might say that, but
okay.
だって来年ね、その後、すぐ後だったから、殺された後だったから、よくわからない。
Right after what happened, so I don't remember.
Okay. And when you talked to detectives, you didn't talk about some bang or anything, did you? That's new today.
その時にポンという音がしたということは言ってなかったですけど、それと言われたのは新しい発見なんですけど。
覚えてたけど、それは終わった、ほら、殺されてすぐのことだったから、動転してたかもしれない。
That was right after the accident, and my emotional situation was a little bit, unusual.
Understood, and that's your testimony today. Are we fair to say?
Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that you were asked about time, being woken up and what you heard that night, correct?
その時に起きて、で、音がしたわけですね。Yes.
You testified before a grand jury, a group of people kind of like this, in a prior proceeding, correct?
こういう人たちの陪審の前で話したんですね。Yes.
And you told that grand jury, page 65, that on the night in question, you were woken up by the dogs barking at 3 a.m.
I didn't wake up. 起きてはない。だからちょっと聞いただけ。
Actually, I didn't wake up. I've heard while I was still half sleeping.
So you agree now that it's still 3 o'clock on two separate occasions?
3時かどうかは知らない。
I'm not sure whether it's 3 o'clock or...
Page 64. So you went upstairs, right? And if anything, did you hear after that, around 3 a.m. in the morning, with the dogs barking in the yard? And you agree, correct?
3時に犬が泣いたと言ってますけど、
3時っていうのはちょっとわからない。泣いたのは聞いてたけど、3時っていうのは覚えて
I've heard that the dog barking, but I don't know if it's 3 o'clock or not.
Okay. But in both occasions, you say that this was unusual, didn't you? Dogs barking at 3 a.m.
3時に2時と3時ととにかくunusualですね。Yes.
So just so we're clear, this idea of 3 a.m. has been talked about on two prior occasions that we're aware of, correct? In your interview and during your grand jury testimony, correct?
3時に最初のインタビューと来週買収の時に3時だということを言った。
言ったけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the grand jury proceeding, when the prosecutor told you or asked you about 3 a.m., you didn't disagree, did you?
その時に検察官が3時に行ったという話しているのを覚えてます。
いや、3時にって言われたことないと思う。
I never been told that 3 o'clock from the prosecutors.
But you agree with me on both instances when you talk about this noise in the middle of the night. It was the dogs barking and it was unusual. Fair?
Yes, I do.
Today you talked about when you came downstairs and it was at 1 o'clock. You said that you saw Nikki and she seemed surprised, correct?
その時、知らない時にニッキーがその驚いたということを言われましたね。Yes.
You didn't talk about her looking surprised or startled on August 7th, 2023, did you?
しかし7日にそれについて驚いたとかそういう
驚いたかあったとは言いましたけど、驚いたって言ったかどうかは分から
I
ない。
don't remember what I said or not, but I told them that I met her.
Okay, yeah, you said you spoke. The point I made is you didn't say she was startled or surprised, did you? When you were interviewed by the
驚い
police.
たということを言わなかったかもしれない。
かもしれない。覚えてない。
It might have been that way though.
And when you testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2023, you didn't talk about Nikki being startled or surprised either, did you?
その時もそのニッキー驚いてる見た時に言わなかったんじゃないですかと。
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
On your interview on August 7th, you talked about after saying at 3 a.m. the dogs are barking, you go back to sleep, you wake up at 8 a.m. and then you go downstairs, correct?
その中に3時頃目が覚めて、そして8時頃下に降りたと言いましたけど、覚えてますか？
覚えてます。
You don't talk about. I'm sorry. You agree? Are you agreeing with me?
3時でいいですか？ Yes.
Didn't talk about seeing his truck and being surprised or anything like that, did you? You did talk about being surprised at seeing Jonathan's truck in front of the yard.
その彼のトラックの時も驚いたりとかしなかったんですか？
だから、いないと思ってたのにトラックあったから、おかしいなと思い
When
ま
I
した。
saw that his truck, usually not there, I was not there.
But I'm talking about the statement, the accurate statement that you agreed with, that you gave to the police on August 7th. You didn't talk about being surprised about Jonathan's truck.
その時警察のファイルでは、その時にそのトラックがいなかった驚いたとは言わなかった。
そう覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did talk to the police that morning the kids were supposed to start school over at Nikki's house, correct?
その時にその子供はミッキーの近く学校に来てくるとしてた。Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is that a correct statement?
それは正しいですね。Yes, correct statement.
You told the police on August 7th when you came downstairs things were a mess, correct?
その8月7日のその警察に下が非常にもう混乱してたというふうに言われました。
そう言った覚えないけど、どういう意味でメスっていうの？
I don't remember. She wants to know what the mess means.
Ma'am, you stated, and I'm referring to page 11, the voluntary statement lines 415 through 418. So I don't know about it because this morning I went downstairs. Two chairs were upside down, so messy downstairs, and those were your words.
そっちがこうやってメスだって言った。
メスって言ったかもしれない。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay, but are you going to disagree? Actually, let me ask you this: may I approach the witness? Show me page 11.
Transcript says.
Upside down. Chairs are upside down. So messy down to pick up a chair and hit it. なんでかわからない。覚えてないそれは。
I don't remember.
メスっていうのは何だっけ？
Do you agree? You remember far better the morning August 7th than it would be now, correct?
東7日ですね。のピクチャー、トランスクリプトです。
じゃあ部屋が汚れてたってことかな。覚えてないそれは。
I'm at so that room was very dirty.
Maybe.
And then I say messy.
And your words, man. Nothing words in your mouth. Your words that two chairs were upside down, correct?
2つの違いがこうだけど。
2つかな。1つは覚えてる。もう覚えてない2年前のことで。
Since 2 years ago, I don't remember. It might have been 2 chairs, but I remember 1 chair was fell down.
Okay, so now you remember the one chair, but at the time you said 2, correct?
これとかどうかってか覚えてない。
I
2
don't
年前の
remember 2 years ago.
Fair to say that there appeared to be some signs of a struggle.
その時になんかこう戦ってる様子とか、こう揉めてる様子とかそういうの。
てか椅子が倒れてて、だから何があったかわからないけど椅子は倒れてた。
So the chair fell down, and I don't know what had happened, but that's the fact that the chair.
At this point in time, and I don't mean to beat this, but 2 chairs. You said 2 chairs, correct?
2つのチェア。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
1つは絶対に覚えてる。
1 chair, sure, I remember.
But you read here and it says 2 chairs, and those are your words, correct?
2年前のことは覚えてる。
I don't remember 2 years ago.
The police officers followed up which room were the chairs overturned in, again, plural. You said in the same room, Jonathan's room, the family
そ
room.
の同じ部屋で2つのチェアが倒れた時にプリプリされた。
2つかな。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're asked what John does. You say he's a handyman, but you never talked about power tools, correct?
パワーツールについて何も言われませんでしたけど、ジョンはですね、ハンディマンだから、まあでもそういうのは結局。
持ってたと思うけど知りません。
I don't know what the power tool is he might have.
I don't know.
Okay. At this point in time, you do remember the girls' ages, correct? At this point in time, when you did the interview, you remembered your granddaughter's ages, correct?
その時の年は、孫の年は。Yes.
They were 7 and 9.
7歳と9歳。
その時今13歳だからそう23年2年前9と7歳と思う。
I think so.
Through this interview, and I'll just talk for a bit about this August 7th, 2023 interview.
2023年8月7日のインタビューについてまず追加してもらいます。
During this weekend, that Jonathan and Nikki were talking about moving together and raising the children together,
その時に2
correct?
人が話して子供を育てると言って今話したってことですか？ Yes.
They were back together again.
そして元により戻すと言っています。Yes.
It was a very good day. They were very happy.
その時一緒に彼は幸せそうな。Yes.
And they were happy to move, correct?
喜んで出てき
He was moving.
Yes.
This is something that had been talked about and you were aware of for months leading up to this. I said this move was something that she had known about for months leading up to the move, correct?
これに来た経緯はその前から知ってたんですね。Yes.
Let's talk now a few minutes about 1 a.m. And you did tell the police it was 1 a.m. when you came down the stairs.
1時に降りたってことはポリスに言われましたね。Yes.
You said you came down and that you were washing the dishes,
その
correct?
時、降りてきて、皿を洗ったんですね。
ニッキーがお皿持ってきたから洗いました。
The reason I wash dishes is Nikki brought.
Okay. This was something that was kind of common. Jonathan would eat and he wouldn't really clean up, correct?
ジョンは食べた後、そのものをそのクリーンアップしないというのをやる。
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you a number of questions. I'm not trying to attack your son who's deceased, but these things are important to establish, and these things questions will be based on things that you would either say or text.
彼の出世についていろいろな質問したいと。
Nikki's bringing you alcohol bottles too, correct?
アルコールのボトル持ってきましたか？
覚えてない、それは。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
お皿は覚えてる。
I remember the dishes.
Okay. You had said they were a mess. There was a mess that was being cleaned up from Jonathan, correct?
I beg your pardon?
I said you were washing dishes, she was bringing dishes and alcohol bottles because Jonathan was kind of messy, correct?
そのお皿を洗いますと。で、ジョナさんもそのアルコールのボトルとかね、持ってきて、その彼の部屋はメッシーだったということで。
いつもメッシー。
Yes,
yes. And Nikki tells you that Jonathan's drunk.
ニッキーがあなたにその彼はあるから気がつきましたか？
じゃなくて、ニッキーはジョンが飲んじゃったから寝てるって言いました。
Nikki told her that on that day, he went to bed because he was drunk.
Yes. And then I'm referring to your own words. You said that, yeah, Nikki told you that he was drunk, correct?
ドランクっていうか寝てるって言いました。
And then he was sleeping.
And you told the police, counsel page 19, that Nikki had alcohol bottles in her hand and she was
cleaning up. アルコールのボトル持ってきました。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police, page 20, Jonathan would leave all the alcohol bottles around, correct?
その彼はいろんなそのアルコールのですね、カラビンをね、こう打ったりとか残したりとかしてましたか？
時々飲んだ後置いてるのは知ってるけど、でも2年前のことだからそこまで覚えてる。
I don't remember well.
And ma'am, later on in this very same interview, now we're on page 24, you talked to the police about waking up and the dogs are barking at 3 a.m., correct?
I don't remember.
Counsel, correct? We're on page 24. And again, this is the second time that you tell the police, now well into this interview, that it's 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, correct?
I feel like these people are just completely confused. They have no idea what's going on. I think she knows that her son is dead, and I don't think she's upset about it because she didn't like him to begin with. Isn't that crazy? How can you not like your own child?
でも3時ってはっきり3時時計見たわけじゃないから覚えてない知らない。
I didn't see the clock at that time, 3 o'clock, so I don't remember.
But you again say that it's unusual and it's 3 a.m. That's what you told the police.
そうだけど、その頃と思ったかもしれないけど覚えてない。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
That night, during the 15 minutes that you're talking to Nikki, she told you that she didn't want Jonathan driving and drinking, correct?
その彼女だった時に、Yes.
That was a concern of hers, wasn't it?
それは彼女の心配だと思って。
彼女は私に、飲んでるから運転させたくないから朝5時に彼は起きて自分の家に来るって言った。
She said that she didn't want him to drive without drink, and then she also said that he will wake up at 5 o'clock and then come to her house.
Okay, now thank you. But this issue with Jonathan drinking and driving had been an ongoing issue and a family concern, wasn't it?
彼がそのある中での家族の中でもやっぱりちょっとこう問題でいろいろ。
違う。とにかく飲んでるから運転はさせたくないからって言ったらそれだけ。
She said that she just doesn't want him to drive while drinking.
And you'd agree with me the best way to do that is to take his keys, correct?
その時は運転させたくないから彼女がキーを持って、真ん中のキーを取って、そういうふうにするのが普通のことじゃないと思います。I don't think so.
For years, you had sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct? For a number of years, you have sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
何でもないです。息子に今酒飲むなとかっていうテキストしてたんですか？
っていうかお酒飲むのは良くないからやめた方がいい。お金もないからやめた方がいいっていうのはテキストしてました。
Yeah, I told him not too much drink. It's not a good idea. That's she sent the text to him.
For years.
何年も。
何年もじゃないけど、そういうふうに教えました。運転しなきゃいけないからアルコール飲んだ時は運転しない方がいいとは。
I told him not to drive while drinking, and that's I keep telling him.
And for years, you were concerned about his doing drugs. Same issue. He could be a danger on the road.
っていうか私は一般的にとにかくドラッグとかアルコールはしない方がいいって教えてました。
I was teaching him don't take alcohol, don't take drug, educate him not to do that.
そうだから子供にみんな教えるでしょ。親はドラッグはするな、アルコールするな、そういうふうに教えてました。
So that's kind of a general education from the parent to the kids, not to drive on drinking and then not to take drugs.
And the reason we're going to address this, ma'am, is that you had said on direct that his drinking was normal, correct? And we're going to go through some timelines and things, man, because on direct you had said that his drinking was normal, correct?
まあ、いろいろと、まあ、見せますけども、それはアルコールのドリンクが通常だと思われるかどうか、彼がね。
まあ普通はみんな普通に飲むでしょう。ただたくさん飲むのは良くないと思い
I
ます。
think it's, normal to drink, but not too much, not over drink is not good.
You sent him texts in 2018 about his drinking in relation to driving, correct?
2018年にその飲むのとドライブとの関係についてテキストしてますね。
覚えてませんけど、いつも普通に教えてます。運転、アルコールしたら運転す
I
る
don't
の
know
は。
a particular text, but usually I told him not to drive when you drink.
July 18, 2018, if you're drinking, don't drive, you will mess up. You'll lose things. I'm sure you're drinking.
2018のテキストを書いてなくてですね。
そんなにでも普通教えませんか、親としてみん
But
な。
as a parent, is that a normal
Funny about
to
that.
educate the kids?
Oh, I completely agree with you, ma'am. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and I completely understand.
私は飲まないし、タバコも吸わないし、もちろんドラッグもやらないから、そういうのはいつも子供には教えてました。
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and also I don't drug, so I keep teaching the kids not to take it.
And ma'am, that's a good thing. And these texts are not a reflection on you. It's just important that we address these issues right now for the purpose of this trial.
I would object at this point that she has acknowledged that she sent the text messages. There can only be those either. Relevance, cumulative.
And if the state agrees that this was an ongoing concern for years, up until the
何年間もそういうふうにテキストを送って、そういう注意してきた。
What I would agree is that in 2018, she sent some text messages.
In 2018, there was a concern for her. I think that's what everybody can agree on.
In 2019, many texts, the same concerns.
2019年も同じように送ってるんですね。Yes.
2020, many texts, the same
2020年も同じようなように送ってますね。
私はいつもそういうふうに真面目に働いて、真面目にやるように教えてました。
I always tell him to work hard and not to drink, not to all the time. I educate him.
2021, many texts, the very same concerns.
2021年たくさんのテキストがあります。
2022, many texts, the very same
2022年も
things.
そうですね。
言うこと聞かないから。
Correct?
そうですね。
多分テキストしてます。
I think so.
And 2023, many texts, the same concerns.
2023年もそうですね。I think so.
You had told the police on August 7th of 2023 that Nikki had given you a car key concerning the car that was out front. Andrea's car, correct?
Yes.
2023年8月の。Yes.
Fair to say that Nikki's the one that handles the keys in reference to issues
あの時
regarding your son.
そう持ってきた、ジョンの部屋から。そう、鍵を持ってきました。
I think he brought that key from John's house.
John's
room.
And just so we're clear, ma'am, there's another time, a third time that you tell the police about the box barking at 3 a.m. in this interview.
3時に行ったと。
いや、それ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did tell the police that Jonathon doesn't get along with his son, Devyn, correct?
ジョナサンはそのうまくいかなかったと
い
言って。
や、それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Oh,
You told the police that Devyn had a girlfriend and you thought that she was 30, correct?
その時デビューはそのガーフレンドがいて30の。Would you repeat?
Absolutely. You told the police on August 7th, 2023 that Devyn had a girlfriend and that you think that she's 30.
ガーフレンドがいてその時彼女30だって言った。
覚えてないけど、ニッキーと話した時にキッチン1時過ぎに、私がデビエラがいるけど大丈夫なのって言ったら、ニッキーがデビエラハズガーフレンドって言ったんです。その時に。8月7日の1時過ぎにキッチンで彼女と話してる時に、デビエラがいるけど、ジョンが言って大丈夫なのって聞いたら、彼女がデビエラハズガールフレンドって言ったの。
She told her that at around 1 o'clock when they talk to each other, that she has a girlfriend. She asked them.
だからね。
Ma'am, did you know if Devyn had a girlfriend who was 30?
Can I speak English? Please. Okay. When I talked to the Nikki after 1 a.m., I asked her, "Is John okay to go to your house?" Because Devyn is there, and she said, "Devyn has a girlfriend." That time she told me, so Nikki told me.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember 2 years ago. Sorry about.
And you didn't tell that to the police. That's something that you're saying right now for the first time.
Sorry, but because I didn't get asked this.
Okay. You had just asked you about Devyn, and Devyn said, "Oh, he has a girlfriend," correct? So this idea that she told you, this is something that you're just bringing up or making up right now for the first time.
初めて言ったかもしれないけど、2年前のことそんな覚えてない。で、それはほら、あの事件の起きたすぐ後の話だから、私も動転してたかもしれない。
That interview came right after the accident happened, and I was not normal mental status.
Page 34, you're asked, does he get along with his son? Your answer, not at this time. They say, okay. That's why Devyn used to live in my house too, but he moved to Nikki's. So he's a grown man, and he's 21. I think he's about, 27. He had a girlfriend. She's 30, I think, correct?
30かどうか。
That's what you said.
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
And then next statement, just a minute, but he's trying to move out this time, this week. That's what he's saying, correct?
彼がその後にムーブアウトすると。
誰が？
Who was he?
Devyn.
デビエラはもうとっくにムーブアウトしてました。
Devyn went out a long time before.
If I may approach the witness, and I'm referring to page 34 of the statement.
Right here?
Yes.
Devyn Devyn Michaels.
Move to Nikki. That's why. You had a girlfriend. 信じすぎてここら辺覚えてない。そう言ったこと思えないけど。
I don't remember this statement, about the statement.
You agree with me? You said that
自分で言ってる。
30なんて言ったことない。
And then he told you he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
ニッキーのハウスに行ってないって言ったんですか？ニッキーのハウスに移るって言ってないって言ったんですか？
言ってないよ。彼はただ誰かガールフレンドのうちに移るって言っただけで知らない。When he moved 知らない。
He just said that he's going to move some girlfriend's house.
And just so we're clear, I'm just going to read your statement. Just a minute, but he's trying to move out this week. This week, that's what he's saying.
This week ってオーガスト7のこと
The 23? August 7, 23?
Correct.
No, もうデビラはいなかった。
At that time, Devira was not my house.
I know. You talked about him moving out of Nikki's, correct?
そのムービングアウトっていうのはジョンがムーブアウトオーガスト7。デビラ
John moved out August 7, and then
デビラもロングタイムアゴ
So
にも
Devira
ム
moved
ー
out
ブ
a
だ
long time before.
No, ma'am, but my question, I just want to make a clean record, is you told the police that Devier told you that he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
コレクトじゃない。
It's not correct.
何の話かわからない。
Did they get the transcript wrong, do you think?
I think wrong.
I think the transcript is wrong.
だってデビラはもうとっくに20年頃にはもう私の家から出てる
So
はず。
Devira moved out around 2020.
いや、もう全然家にいなかった。
I have no further questions, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I will try to be brief, Yoko. Just a few more questions. You were interviewed right after you found your son dead, correct?
子供さんが亡くなってすぐ後、それと後にインタビューをしたんですね。Yes.
That incident was obviously traumatic for
非
you.
常にもう人物的に very shocking.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
どこでそのインタビューしたんですか？
家の近くの車の中。
Inside the car, nearby the house.
Did they bring a Japanese interpreter for the
その
interview?
時に日本人の通訳が来ました。
いません。
Okay. So were you asked some questions and provided some answers that may have been a little unclear?
質問されて、それ答えた時に若干不明な点とかありましたが、Yes.
And when I questioned you at the grand jury, do you remember that?
その大陪審で質問しました。覚えてますか？ Yes.
We did not have an interpreter for you, if I remember. Do you remember?
その時
いましたいました
Yes, she had interpreter.
So you had an interpreter at the grand jury proceeding,
グランジュリーでも通訳いたんですね。
女の人。
Yes.
and you obviously have one here today.
Yes. あそこちょっとですね。Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you were asked the same questions every single time you have talked about this?
その時にそれ全部通訳されましたね。
それで大体同じだけど、今日のその3時にどの声だっていうのは知らん。
Yes.
Okay. Today, you are testifying off your memory, correct?
まあいろんな記憶から今こう証言してるんですね。That's correct.
And these papers that the attorney showed you, you didn't read these before coming in today.
その見せてくれた紙は読んでないんですね。
読んでない。
Never seen that.
Yeah, so you're testifying from memory.
その時は記憶で話したんですね。
As you sit here right now, do you remember hearing the sound that woke you up at 2 o'clock?
2時にその音がして、まあ起きたと。
だから私が言ってるのは2時頃だと思う。で3時って言われたけど、時間は今覚えてない
I
けど。
believe it's around 2 o'clock.
Okay. The dogs are separate, and let me ask you about the dogs.
で、犬についてね。
The dogs, I presume, didn't just bark once and shut up.
その犬は一回だけ超えて、そうなくて、もう続き聞いてたの。
ちょっと泣いてた。
For a while.
I'm going to allow a limited meeting for the purposes of language barrier at this point.
For a while.
The dogs barked for a while?
Yes.
You heard them outside at some time in the night, correct?
外でそれいろんな人聞いたんですね。Yes.
And then when you came down at 8 a.m., the dogs were not in John's room, correct?
8時に起きた時にドッグはそのジョンの部屋にいなかったんですね。
外。
Still outside.
So the dogs could have barked many times from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., I would
2時から
presume.
8時の間にドッグが
泣いたかもしれない。
Hold on, just one second. Don't answer my question. That objection is going to be sustained if she doesn't know if the dogs could have barked for that.
Sure. Just ask me, do you know if the dogs barked once or if they barked many times?
1回か何回もない
1
から。
回じゃないことはわかるけど、ちょっとワンワンって泣いてたのはなんとなく記憶にある。それだけ。
Not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Okay. Mr. the attorney asked you if you believed that John and Nikki were happy to move out. Do you remember that question?
彼ら2人がその喜んで、その出て行こうとしてるのは覚えてますか？ Yes.
You would agree with me that you don't know what was going on in Nikki's head,
その
correct?
時にニッキーが何考えてるかとさっぱり分からなかった
それは知りません。
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether Nikki was happy about the move or
その
not.
時にニッキーが幸せだったのかどうかってことは分からないです。
わからない
I don't know.
You were asked about text messages. Remember that?
テクストメッセージ聞きましたね。
John was 46 when he was killed,
46歳で亡くなりましたね。
and he's still your baby at 46, I presume. Is that right?
だからその46歳のままの子供ですね。That's correct.
So even though he's 46, you're still trying to coach him on life and guide him in the right direction like my mom does all the time.
だからその時は新しい方向に行くようにコーチングしてたんですね。Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass it.
Yes. Before today, you said it was 3 o'clock, you were woken up by the dogs 5 times, correct?
だから覚えてない。
5時になったと。
でそれだから3時って言ってるけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
And today you're saying it's 2, correct?
そして今日2時って言ってますね。
2時頃だと思う。
Around 2 o'clock,
思う。I think.
I think around 2 o'clock.
And in front of this grand jury, you told them about the 2 chairs being upside down, correct?
そしてそのグランジ
その2年前のことは覚えてないけど、一つは絶対に覚えてるんだけど、もう一つもあったかもしれないけ
That was 3 years
ど
ago. I don't remember, but I'm sure that one chair was filled.
Okay, but my question is, before the grand jury, so September 21st, 2023, with the interpreter, you testified that chairs were knocked upside down, 2 of them, correct?
その時に
覚えてないけど、もしかしたら2つかもしれない。
I don't remember, but it might be 2.
で、それはそのすぐ後だったから、今と違う2年前の。
That was right after the accident, and my mental status was kind of terrible. But right now, it's kind of become normal.
Okay, and then this grand jury, and we discussed this was September 21st, 2023, correct?
そのグランジュリーと9月20日
その日にちも覚えてないからね。
I don't remember the date.
One final, maybe 2 final questions. You were asked if you were shown transcripts from your interview for the grand jury. Did you listen to a recording of your interview?
それをそのレコードされたり、その、Would you rephrase?
Yes, did you listen to a recording of your interview before?
その時そのインタビューが録音されてるのを
聞いてない。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any public statements? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
もういいのね。
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna take a big recess, ladies and gentlemen. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including others, or any other guidance, case, or example.
All right, y'all. I think that went about halfway. They're still, I'm sure they're still going. Let me see.
That this happened post-mortem, you wouldn't have a reason to.
I would have no reason to question that.
Still talking past that, Jay.
Yes, are you able to give an opinion concerning whether it was a reciprocal saw or, you know what I'm saying, type saws that go back and forth or type?
You see the black arrow, and you can see that very well. Now that you know the area we're looking at right here. So here are the what we call striations, or grooves, which were made by a sharp implement or a point, something that has a bevel, and all knives have bevels, that's how you make your comments. Right here.
Oh no, I forgot where I was. All right, y'all. I'm done for the day. You all have a wonderful night. Oh yeah.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
I'll figure this out later. So anyways, y'all have a wonderful Friday night. Stay safe. And I'll see you in the next one. Tomorrow we'll finish this one out. And I'll figure something out for Sunday. All right. Don't forget to like, share, and comment. And please subscribe. I'm trying to get more people in here to watch the trials. Everybody likes to watch trials, right? All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.